Good evening, everyone. Please let me know in the comment section if my voice is audible. If not, we can correct it right away. Please mention in the comment section if my voice is audible. Please, please let me know if my voice is audible so that we can proceed further. All right. Seems like my voice is audible. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mayur, and I'm here to help you with solving or trying revising the Indian geography and world geography for your prelims examination, right? So around 2 weeks are remaining, and I hope you have prepared well so far. The idea behind this lecture is to revise past 10 years or 11 years of question paper from the subject of Indian geography, world geography, and uh, few map based questions. By doing this, what we are trying to achieve is first to get familiarized with the kind of language being used by examinations, like the in examination by be it UPSC or be it APSC, right? So by doing this, we get to know that. Sorry for the disturbances. By doing this, we get to know that what kind of a language is usually used by the examiner, and we will try and see if there are any ways apart from being aware of the topic. Is there are any ways through which we can answer the question even if we do not have any prior knowledge? I mean, are there any ways through which we can do the intelligent guessing, which would produce us better mark and not just rely on whatever knowledge we have, right? So before you proceed further, let me just take you through a couple of opportunities which CSAP Academy is providing uh, to clear this examination and to succeed in other competitive examination. All right. So this is the prelim pointer book which has been released by CSAP in order to assist you, in order to help you to revise current affairs in last hours, right? Probably this would be the only book you would need to cover all your current affairs. This would be in the form of pointers, so it would be easier for you to revise. Also, we have team of experts which are good, which are fairly known, and they are known to deliver the well proportionate education in order to clear this examination, right? Then we also have the set of books. you know there are total 17 books, from which 7 are specifically dedicated for mains and 10 are for prelims examination. Those 10 books which cover the prelims examination also cover the sections of the mains, right? So these smart books cover whole syllabus of APSC, right? So if you want to rely upon one single source to clear the examination or to get the overall glance of the complete syllabus, this is the source to go to. Also, for this examination, we have launched test series. The total number of tests would be 40 tests, out of which 15 would be of the CSAT. More often than not, we tend to neglect CSAT because it's more often it is qualifying in nature. So we tend to ignore the CSAT. However, the my genuine advice would be not to ignore CSAT, and you should benefit, you should explore and utilize these test series. The charges for the offline test series is 3,000, 2,999, and for online it's only 999. With this, let's start with the geography question. The order in which we would be proceeding is we will go backward. First, we'll analyze, study the questions from 2024 paper, and then backwards 2024, then 2023, then 2022, and till 2015, so that we have covered, say, 15 years of 10 years of questions. The other thing which I need to clarify here is I have not given answers here. Why? Because I want you to attempt the questions live here and here, so that you get to know how to go about this solving these questions. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the question, and I'll try and tell you from which section this question has come. Whether you need to deploy your fundamental understanding, whether you need to rely upon your memory, whether you need to mug up things, or whether you can deploy your common sense to answer such kind of questions. All right. So since it's geography, some bit of prior knowledge and some bit of conceptual clarity is must. Okay. So let's start with the first question. First question: the longest border between any two countries in the world is between the. It is talking about the longest border between any two countries in the world is between. Here, your options are these. Okay. Canada and USA, Chile and Argentina, China and India, Kazakhstan and Russian Federation. All right. So some of you have given correct answer. The answer is obviously Canada and China. है ना? Canada and China. So Canada and United States of America, they share roughly 8,300 kilometers of land borders. है ना? But it is possible that you might not remember the exact kilometers. It is possible that भाई कहाँ से याद रहेगा मुझे कितने कंट्रीज है किसके बीच में इतना ज्यादा बॉर्डर है ना? Just one look at the world map will help you that the only possible contestant with Canada and USA could be Chile and Argentina, because China and India, we know how much land border it shares, and it's definitely lesser than Canada and USA. And Kazakhstan and Russia, again, if Kazakhstan and Russia share the largest boundary, then the Kazakhstan, Mongolia and Russia would be second largest, right? So by simple logic, we can eliminate this and this. There could be a confusion that हाँ भाई इन दोनों में से कुछ हो सकता है. Possible. You might get confused in the examination all, but the logic which you can deploy in solving this kind of question is Chile and Argentina form the border along the Rocky and Apes Mountain, right? The Canada and the United States of America, they have one important factor, that is Alaska. Alaska is one of the states of USA which is completely detached from the mainland USA, and it is closer to the Russia on the western margin of the Canada. Because of this, one can clearly see that there could be at least 800 to 1,000 kilometer extra because of Alaska alone. That if you do not know the exact number, with this logic, you can think that Canada and USA might be having the biggest or the largest land border area, right? Now, this is a very tricky question. I would expect you to place some logic in this question, because in no way you can have any exact data about the statement 2. I'll read the statement. First statement is the Red Sea receives very little precipitation in any form. This statement is extreme, but this statement also doesn't go to the extent of it receives no rainfall at all. Okay, so if you want to attempt this question, kindly answer this question. Right. So it is, if you know, Red Sea is located at the corner of the Arabian Peninsula here and the Horn of Africa. This is the Red Sea. It is enclosed by Djibouti and Yemen and Oman border, right? So this region is very well known for being desert area. It receives on the both side of the Red Sea there is desert. One on the one side it is uh, on the one side it is Saharan desert, on the other it is Arabian desert. So it is very much possible that it receives very little precipitation in any form. So this statement is correct. Now the important debate is about the second question, second statement. This question has been debated very intensely all over the country, and they have not come down to one single answer. However, I'll tell you what the website says. The website of the Yemen government says that there is a river which flows to the mouth of the Red Sea, but that is not given or substantiated by any further data. Okay, so majority of the community presumed that second statement is also correct. So with detailed research, one can come to the point that both 1 and 2 statements are correct. This question has been debated heavily, so you can have difference of opinion about this, but the answer key says it's both statements are correct. All right, this question number 3 is totally based on your pure understanding of geography. This question does not require any kind of memorization. It only requires sheer understanding of geography. Okay, the statement says the atmosphere is heated more by incoming solar radiation than by the terrestrial radiation. Statement 2, carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are good absorbers of long wave radiation. This the second statement, the basic study of environment ecology, the basic study or basic understanding of climate change will make you understand or will tell you that the second statement is absolutely correct. That is why carbon dioxide is heavily debated topic amongst the climate change activists. Uh, that's why all the Paris Agreement, etc., talk about carbon dioxide and greenhouse effect. That is what the greenhouse effect is. So statement 2 is definitely correct. Since statement 2 is correct, the option number C, that is option C, gets eliminated. The statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. This option gets eliminated. Now you are left with A, B and D. Statement 1, the atmosphere is heated more by the incoming solar radiation than by terrestrial radiation. This statement is wrong, because the incoming solar insolation, that is incoming solar rays, do not hit the atmosphere as much as what is it gets heated by the radiation from the soil, because the radiation coming from the sun is in the form of short wave high frequency radiation, whereas when it reaches Earth, after Earth gets heated up, it radiates heat in the form of long wave radiation with low frequency. This long wave radiation gets trapped in the atmosphere because of the carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. So statement 1 is incorrect. It gets heated more because of the long wave radiation emanating from the soil. So since statement 1 is incorrect, option A and option B both are eliminated. The only option left is C. Statement 1 is incorrect, but the statement 2 is correct. The answer is option D. All right. So let's move to the next question. This is interesting. Again, this question is also coming from the sheer understanding of the subject and not from the memorization. So that is why we should always emphasize upon understanding the subject, not memorizing it. Memorization has its role to play, which we'll see in next couple of slides when we get into the drainage system, remembering the rivers, the location, etc. But even there, observation plays more role than the memorization. Now, let's come to this question. Statement 1, thickness of the troposphere. Troposphere is the first layer of atmosphere which, closest to the Earth. First is troposphere, stratosphere, and then layers go on. So statement is thickness of a troposphere at the equator is much greater as compared to the poles. And statement 2, at the equator, heat is transported to great heights by strong convectional currents. Think about this and answer this question. Be quick, guys. Yes, you're right. Answer is A. This is Earth. This is equator, Tropic of Cancer, and Tropic of Capricorn. The majority of the heat received on Earth falls in this area, right? Falls in this area. Majority of the sun rays received or the heat received falls in this area. Since air gets heated up here, the troposphere somewhat looks Tropic of Cancer, equator, and Tropic of Capricorn. Majority of the solar insolation happens here, है ना? So because of which it gets heated more, and the troposphere, which is the first layer, develops something like this. The height of the troposphere is roughly 18 kilometers, and at the pole it is roughly 8 kilometers. This extra height or the extra height of the troposphere is because of the heating up of the atmosphere, the heating up of the Earth. The Earth radiates, or the heat gets upwardly moved because of the upward convectional currents. The average width is 12 kilometer. So the answer is A. This is one of the easiest question you can come across. इसका आंसर आपको आना ही चाहिए, not because content is easy, but just because of the sheer common sense. Okay, how many of the above are products of volcanic eruptions? Question implies इनमें से कौन सा चीज है जो आफ्टर वोल्केनिक इरप्शन गेट्स आउट and mixes in the atmosphere or gets out of that vent, है ना? So these are the 4 options given, and I would expect you to answer this question even if you do not have any knowledge. What do you think? What is the answer? Exactly, the answer is all, है ना? So ऐसे क्वेश्चन में क्या करोगे आप? If you come across something sort of this question, let's see, है ना? Pyroclastic debris. I do not know what does pyroclastic means. It's possible that I might not be knowing what is pyroclastic, right? That's fine. But the second word is debris. Any form of debris is possible to get out of the volcanoes, है ना? Ash and dust, ये तो एकदम कॉमन सेंसिकल है. Ash and dust तो हम लोगों ने जितना भी वोल्केनो का कोई भी इमेज देखा है, कोई भी वोल्केनिक इरप्शन का वीडियो देखा है, obviously it is going to come out of the volcanic eruption. Then nitrogen and sulfur. The word used is compounds, not any specific gas. They have not said sulfur trioxide, sulfur dioxide, or sulfur monoxide, or any specific gas they have not mentioned. They have said compounds. There are variable compounds of sulfur, there are variable compounds of nitrogen. And how on earth can you detect कि हजारों सालों में इतने ज्यादा जो वोल्केनिक इरप्शंस हुए उसमें से हाउ कैन यू बी सो श्योर कि कभी भी कोई भी कंपाउंड इसका नहीं निकला होगा? The sheer probability of having all is highest. So with just common sense you can answer this question. Now there is a funny thing about PYQs, okay? Just read this question. This question is from 2024. Exact question has been repeated in 2025. The preliminary examination which happened 2 days before, I mean today is Tuesday, it happened on Sunday. On that day the same question was repeated. This is from 2024, same question was repeated in 2025. Only they have changed the word. Instead of ocean, they have changed a little bit of words, like towards pole and towards equator. So let's try and solve this question. I'll read it out for you. The first statement is which one of the following is our correct inferences from the isothermal maps in the month of January? Where do you find these isothermal maps? These isothermal maps are present in your NCERT. There's a chapter in 11th NCERT, solar radiation and heat distribution. In that chapter, they have given these isothermal maps, and that is why it is important to study the basic books, that is the NCERTs. So I think that chapter number is 6th or 7th, solar radiation and heat budgeting. Anyways, the first statement is the isotherms deviate to the north over the ocean and to the south over the continent. So the month they have mentioned is January. So January में northern hemisphere में क्या होता है? In the month of January, northern hemisphere is experiencing winters. Correct? Since January is experiencing winter, the temperature on land would be much lesser compared to temperature on waters. Correct? It's a common sensical knowledge. जमीन पे ज्यादा ठंड होगी पानी से. So that is why statement 1 is correct, because the isotherm, I hope you are aware about the term isotherm. Alright, I'll quickly explain the term isotherm. Isotherm means connecting regions of similar temperature. Okay, let's just consider hypothetical. I'm trying to explain you with the simple hypothetical example. Okay, let's say in the month of January, hypothetically, if city of Pune has average temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, and city of Guwahati has average temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. Technically, Pune is way lot in the southern and western part of country, and Guwahati is in the northeastern part of the country, right? So if I have to draw certain, let's say Lahore also has 20 degrees Celsius in the month of January. So if I connect these points indicating the similar temperature, this line is called isotherm. Okay, and we have seen that in context of the question, what this statement means, okay, on the ocean it will deviate towards the north. That means at the same latitude, if there is ocean and if there is land, the temperature on ocean will be higher than that of a land. This statement is correct. Okay. Second statement, the presence of cold ocean currents, Gulf Stream and North Atlantic drift makes the North Atlantic Ocean colder and the isotherms bend towards the north. This statement is wrong. Why it is wrong? Because A, it can be solved both with aware knowledge of the facts as well as with the help of understanding. See, facts के basis पे इसको कैसे solve कर सकते हैं? Because Gulf Stream and North Atlantic Stream, these are not cold currents, these are warm currents. Because of this fact, you can eliminate this statement, है ना? लेकिन अगर आपको ये नहीं पता है कि Gulf Stream and North Atlantic Stream are not colder but are warm current, then also if your statement 1 is correct, then statement 2 is automatically incorrect, because if they were colder, then these bent isotherms should have bent towards the north in the oceanic water itself, and hence statement 1 only is the correct answer. Ideally, you should be knowing that Gulf Stream and North Atlantic Stream both are warm currents, और इसी वजह से second statement is incorrect. चलो, let's move to the next question. This is very factual question, and this is not directly from the geography, but it was in news because of certain development during that region, during that time period. Which of the following countries are well known as the 2 largest cocoa producers in the world? इसको आंसर करने के 2 तरीके हो सकता है. एक, you are reading newspaper thoroughly every single day, so it's very easy for you to answer this question, है ना? Second thing, if you are watching advertisement, अगर आप टीवी देखते हो, यूट्यूब देखते हो, उसमें अगर आप advertisement जो आती है वो अगर आप if you pay some attention towards the advertisement, you will get the answer of this question. Or whenever you visit coffee shops, whenever you have chocolates, whenever you look at the कोई बढ़िया चॉकलेट का आइसक्रीम का अगर कोई ऐड आता है टीवी पे, उसमें अगर आप देखोगे, so there comes a reference of from where the good quality cocoa comes from, है ना? So by utilization of the knowledge from the newspaper, you will clearly get the answer. But even if you do not have, then also you can get the answer of this question. The answer of this question is Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire का मतलब होता है आइवरी कोस्ट. Ivory Coast and Ghana. This is the answer. अल्जीरिया एंड मोरक्को गेट एलिमिनेटेड क्योंकि वो वैसे भी सहारा डेजर्ट के पास में, मेडिटेरियन रीजन में. मेडिटेरियन रीजन हैज सिट्रस फ्रूट वाला प्रोडक्शन हायर. तो मादागास्कर एंड मोजाम्बिक, both of them are equatorial and hot rainy regions. Technically, Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, these two alone produce around 50% of the cocoa of the world. This data you should be aware of. If you are not aware of, even if then just through sheer understanding you can solve this question. This is the kind of question where memorization comes into the play, है ना? So for preparing for this kind of questions, you have to create mnemonics. Question is with reference to the Himalayan rivers joining the Ganga downstream of Prayagraj from west to east. Which one of the following sequence is correct? This sequence has to be from west to east. This is west, this is east. All name of the rivers is same. अब इसमें मजे वाली बात यह है, oh, how many of you are saying CCC? घाघरा, गोमती, कोसी, गंडक, ये कह रहे हो आप लोग? सोचिए जरा. Most of you are giving answer as C. देखो, those who are giving answer as C, उनको मैं एक लॉजिक बताता हूं. The river named by Sorrow of Bihar. If you have read NCERT, you know which river is called Sorrow of Bihar. It is Kosi. Kosi river is called Sorrow of Bihar, है ना? And Bihar is in the almost east. बिहार के बाद से वेस्ट बंगाल का छोटा सा पैच बचता है, तो कोसी हैज टू बी ऑन द ईस्टर्न मोस्ट. सो बिकॉज कोसी हैज टू बी ऑन द ईस्टर्न मोस्ट, these two options will get eliminated. Now you are left with these two, है ना? तो इन दोनों में गंडक एंड कोसी का लोकेशन तो फिक्स हो गया. Now the only challenge here is whether Ghagra comes westwards or the Gomti comes westward. अब if you do not remember anything, just by deployment of this idea that Sorrow of Bihar is Kosi, you can eliminate C and D, and then you will be left with A and B. Even if you know nothing, at least the probability of attempting this question increase multifold. Now you have to choose between only two. इस ऐसे टाइम पे अगर आप कोई भी एक ऑप्शन चूज कर लेते हो तो भी आपका करेक्ट होने का probability is 50-50%, right? So if I have reached a state where I have eliminated two options, I am confused between these two, I'll attempt any. However, I could correct, when I attempted this examination, my answer was right because for this I had created mnemonic, है ना? There are so many rivers. How many rivers will you remember? I had created my own mnemonic. I can share that with you. मैंने उसको एक गाने की तरह कन्वर्ट किया था. I used to say गोमती का घाघरा गंदा कैसे हो गया. Please do not try to make sense of this mnemonic because there is no sense of this mnemonic. The purpose of the mnemonic is to make it funny and make you remember the things. So मैंने इसका mnemonic ऐसे बनाया था कि गोमती का घाघरा गंदा कैसे हो गया. गोमती का घाघरा गंदा कैसे हो गया. तो that's why I could, just because of the memorization, I could answer it correctly. गोमती का घाघरा गंदा कैसे हो गया. If you can make such mnemonics, then you can get the 100% correct answer. If you can deploy just sheer logic of the knowing, if you are aware of which river is called Sorrow of Bihar, then you can eliminate at least two. So answer is option B. This question was, the next question was really interesting because it had three statements. Unlike other questions which had two statements, this question contained three statements. Statement number 1, statement number 2, and statement number 3. Rainfall is one of the reasons for the weathering of rocks. Absolutely. हम लोगों ने कितना देखा है. We have visited so many waterfalls. We have seen river or falling water, eroding soil, eroding rock. तो first statement तो correct है. Now the important question is why they are able to weather the water. Statement 2 says rainwater contains carbon dioxide. Obviously, since it is coming from the atmosphere, it will capture some amount of carbon dioxide, and that capturing of carbon dioxide will convert it into, it will give it some acidic property. कार्बनाइजेशन वाला जो प्रोसीजर होता है, जो प्रक्रिया होता है, that will proceed further. So statement 2 is correct. Statement 3 says rainwater contains atmospheric oxygen. Obviously हवा से अगर वो आ रहा है तो वो ऑक्सीजन तो उसमें होगा ही ना, it will get mixed with the oxygen. But important question is mixing of oxygen with rainwater can cause the weathering of rocks? The answer is yes, क्योंकि ऑक्सीजन बाकी चीज के साथ भी मिक्स होके OH ग्रुप बना सकता है या ऑक्सीडाइजिंग एजेंट की तरह काम कर सकता है ना. Is it possible? Yes, it is absolutely possible. Have they mentioned anything कि it is the major cause or it is the major reason? No. थोड़े पॉइंट में भी अगर हो रहा है तो it is possible, right? So that is why the answer would be A. Both statements 2 and statement 3 are correct, and both of them explain the statement 1. ठीक है? Let's move further. This is map based question. How many of the above countries have border with the North Sea? How many of the above countries have the border with the North Sea? Some of you are answering as option B. That means only 2. Okay. So the correct answer is only 2. अब मैं इसको एक सिंपल तरीका बताता हूँ. अगर इन्होंने लिखा है ना कि हाउ मेनी, तो even if you know one and you are not sure about the rest of the 3, you can always go for only 2, because the mathematics shows the probability of getting only 2 is higher than any other option. This is just sheer mathematics. You should deploy it only if you want to take a risk. If you do not want to take a risk, please avoid such questions unless you have the knowledge. Okay. However, on the basis of knowledge, we know that Germany and Russia, they share border with the North Sea. Okay. I'm sorry. Germany shares, Finland does not share, Norway also shares, Russia does not share. Sorry, it's my mistake. Only 2 is the correct answer. Only 2 is the correct answer. But just imagine if I had, मैं यहाँ पे अगर कोई गलती भी कर देता तो भी मेरा आंसर करेक्ट ही आता. The Finland shares border and Russia shares border with Baltic Sea, and Finland shares with the Baltic Sea. These two, Norway and Germany, these two share border with North Sea. The other country which share border with North Sea are Great Britain, and there is Denmark, partly Sweden. These are the kind of questions for which you have to go through maps again and again. You'll have to go through the maps. The better way of approaching the map is when you're reading newspaper, when you're reading any article, and if there is a reference of any particular area, let's say there's a news article claiming that a new reservoir of natural gas has been discovered in the Baltic region, Baltic Sea, in the offshore of the Baltic Sea. If you read this kind of newspaper, this kind of news heading, the first thing you should be doing is just to open your atlas and check where this Baltic Sea is located, which are the countries bordering this sea, है ना. आप सिर्फ मैप लेके बैठ जाओगे विदाउट एनी कंटेक्स्ट कि किस कंटेक्स्ट में मैं इसको देख रहा हूँ, you will tend to forget, because you cannot possibly contain these many facts in your head. आपको कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कोई रेफरेंस चाहिए होगा. So utilize newspaper and map simultaneously. Okay, again difficult question था ये. This was 2024 question. This was a difficult question. अगर इसका पता है तो पता है, नहीं पता तो नहीं पता. इसमें आप गेस कर सकते हो, but it is very difficult question to attempt. I'll still give you opportunity to try it. अगर आपने ज्योग्राफी का अगर एनसीईआरटी पढ़ा है तो यू वुड नो दैट धुआंधार इज ऑन नर्मदा. ठीक है, ये तो करेक्ट है, बट इज इट इन मालवा रीजन? इट इज इन जबलपुर. So first is this pairing is wrong. Gersopa. Gersopa is also known as Joke Falls. Those who have gone to Goa or visited southern India or have seen movies like Chennai Express, they know that Joke Falls is in Western Ghats. So this is correct, but the river is not Netravati. The river is not Netravati. It is Sheravati. So this is also incorrect. The Hundru waterfall is in Chota Nagpur and is on Subarnarekha. Only this pair is correct. So answer is only one. This kind of questions are really difficult to attempt, and if you have attempted enough questions, say 90 plus आपका attempt हो चुका है, then you should not take unnecessary risk. अगर आपका attempt कम है and if you want to take risk, then go for such questions. But इसमें एक key है कि out of these 9 things, है ना, here are 9 things mentioned. The 3 names of the waterfall, 3 names of the region, and 3 names of the river. Out of which, even if you know one fact for sure, then also you can attempt this kind of question. For example, when I attempted this question, I knew that Dhuadhar waterfall is in Jabalpur and it is on the river Narmada. Okay, so I could eliminate this. And that is why I had a courage to take the jump of stating this, because before examination मैं हूं, कोई भी है, even somebody who has secured all India rank 1 cannot claim that he had read everything so that he knew everything from this question. No, that's not possible. If somebody is claiming that he knew everything, then that person is probably lying, because it's not possible to know everything and then come to the question जिसमें 9 facts आपको पता होना expected and you have to give only one answer, because you need 9 facts here. See, another similar kind of question. 2024 was full of this 3 to 3 pair wala question. Here there are 4 plus 4 plus 4 facts. Total 12 facts are mentioned here. Okay. In the first, it's a region. Second is name of the mountain range. And third is the type of the mountain. Central Asia was this fold mountain. Europe, Alps, block mountain. North America, Appalachians, fold mountains. South America, Andes, fold mountain. अगर आपको इसमें से फैक्ट्स पता है तो यू विल बी इजीली एबल टू एलिमिनेट दिस. सी, वो जस्ट फोल्ड माउंटेन करेक्ट है, बट इज इट इन सेंट्रल एशिया? नो, इट इज इन यूरोप. आल्प्स यूरोप में है. आल्प्स आर इन यूरोप, बट आर दे ब्लॉक माउंटेन्स? नो, दे आर फोल्ड माउंटेन्स. North America, Appalachians, fold mountains. Yes, this is correct. South America, Andes, fold mountains. Yes, these are correct. So the option is only 2. How many? just before I said, if you want to take a blind guess, if at all you ideally you should not take blind guess. If at all you want to take blind guess, you should take blind guess in how many kind of questions, because the probability of only 2 is mathematically higher than rest of the options. पिछले 2 साल 3 साल में जो क्वेश्चंस यूपीएससी ने लिए हैं, in that it has been observed the probability of getting only 2 correct is higher. I'm not suggesting that you should take a blind guess. I'm not stating that. But if you know at least one fact and you're not aware about the rest of the 3, then in that case, the lesser risk is in choosing option B, that is only 2. Acha. Consider the following: cashew, papaya, and red sanders. How many of the above trees are actually native to India? Now you must be wondering कि यार what nonsense is this? इतना कौन याद रखेगा? Who will remember all of it, right? But funnily enough, this question is, the reference for this question is taken from the newspaper. The newspaper was discussing the movie named Pushpa. You must have heard about the Pushpa, the movie of Allu Arjun, right? The music got very famous. The movie earned so much of money, it became a blockbuster hit. That movie was about smuggling of red sanders, Rakt Chandan, right? This red sanders ka smuggling was the theme of that movie. During the discussion of that movie, it was heavily debated and discussed in the newspaper articles why red sanders is important, how it should be protected, how it is indigenous in nature, etc., etc. If you had read newspaper, you would know that red sanders is actually native to India. It grows in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So ये तो correct है, ठीक है? So none option चला गया. Now comes the term cashew and papaya. So papaya was brought in India by Portuguese, and I believe it is from the Mexico and Central America. Whereas cashew came from New World. New World means the continents of North America and South America, which were discovered by the colonials from the New World and possibly from the Brazil. ये साल इसी क्वेश्चन 2025 prelim question also has similar kind of question, है ना, which were introduced by whom, this kind of question. So the answer is only 1. So time and again I would be repeating myself, stating that you should not avoid reading newspaper. You should read newspaper. कभी ना कभी कोई तो advertisement कुछ ना कुछ पड़ा हुआ होता है that clicks in the examination and you get the correct answer. This red sanders was from the movie Pushpa reference. I could answer this correctly because मैं newspaper में वो पुष्पा का discussion पढ़ रहा था. That was heavily debated. Okay. Now let's go to the next question. With reference to the water vapor, which of the following statement are correct? First, it is a gas and the amount of which decreases with altitude. Its percentage is maximum at the poles. ये उन्होंने question दिया हुआ है. First statement says about water vapor, it is a gas, the amount of which decreases with altitude and its percentage is maximum at the poles. Try and answer this question. Deploy logic. Just think in this way, okay, water vapor कहाँ से आएगा? It will come from the evaporation. High evaporation will happen where the solar radiation is more, solar insolation is more. So if solar insolation कहाँ पे ज़्यादा है? Is solar insolation higher at the poles or at the equator? Think about this and try and answer this question. So it is a gas, yes. The amount of which decreases with the altitude, yes, which means the amount of water vapor near the surface is higher and it will go on decreasing. जैसे जैसे आप ऊपर जाओगे, जितना जितना ऊपर जाओगे उतना उतना उसका amount will go on decreasing. So statement 1 is correct. The percentage is maximum at the poles? No, it will be maximum at the equator, क्योंकि वहां पे solar insolation would be higher and that would lead to higher heat and higher evaporation, increasing the water vapor. Answer is 1 only. Next question. Badhiya. This kind of questions really, I really enjoy solving these kind of questions because these are purely understanding based and purely expect you to deploy your common sense. Deploy your, this kind of questions warrant application of knowledge. ये रटी रटाई चीजें याद करने वाली चीजों से ये क्वेश्चन सॉल्व नहीं होते, इसके लिए आपको एप्लीकेशन ऑफ नॉलेज चाहिए. Think about this. Annual and daily range of temperature is low. That means the highest temperature of the day and the lowest temperature of the day, the gap between that is very low. The highest temperature in an year and lowest temperature in a year, uska gap jo hai, that is also the lowest. This is what the first statement means. The annual and daily range of temperature is low. That means variation is less. Second, precipitation occurs throughout the year. पूरे साल बारिश होता है. And third, precipitation varies between 50 centimeter to 250 centimeter. With first statement, annual and daily range of temperature is low, you can eliminate humid subtropical climate and China type of climate. Precipitation occurs throughout the year. इसका मतलब है कि इक्वेटोरियल भी हो सकता है और मरीन वेस्ट कोस्ट भी हो सकता है. It could be anything. And that is where to eliminate out of these two, you need third statement, 50 centimeter to 250 centimeters. I have eliminated two. Based on this knowledge, try and answer whether it is equatorial or marine west coast climate. What do you think? What is the answer? सोच लो. I am still giving you a hint. Just think about this. All of you are giving answers like equatorial climate. आप answers दे रहे हो equatorial climate. This is understandable. But क्या equatorial climate में will it ever experience such a less rain? Only 50 centimeter rain. इतना low जा सकता है क्या equatorial climate में? Think about this. 250 is understandable. But what about 50 centimeters? इंडिया में ऐसा कौन सा रीजन है जहां पे 50 सेंटीमीटर से कम बारिश होता है? एरिड, सेमी एरिड, राजस्थान जैसे रीजन जो है वहां पे 50 सेंटीमीटर से कम बारिश होता है. कैन इक्वेटोरियल एरिया कैन एवर हैव as less rainfall as the desert of Rajasthan? Answer is D. Marine west climate, marine west coast climate is the correct answer. The actual hint was here. 250 सेंटीमीटर इक्वेटोरियल में हो सकता है, बट 50 सेंटीमीटर तक नीचे नहीं आ सकता ना इक्वेटोरियल में, right? Is it clear now? तो ये जो मरीन वेस्ट कोस्ट ऑफ क्लाइमेट है वो कहाँ दिखता है? वी सी इट इज इन नॉर्थ वेस्ट ऑफ यूरोप, है ना. वी सी इट इन वेस्ट ऑफ यूएसए, ऑल्सो द कोस्ट ऑफ कैलिफोर्निया. वी सी इट इन न्यूजीलैंड. The other way, if I have to give another, if I have to try answering this question in other way, the annual and daily range of temperature is always less around the coastal region, right? Because of the modifying effect, moderation effect caused by the waters of the oceans. So because of that, the coastal region will always have the lesser range of the annual and daily temperature. तो यहाँ पे coast mention तो सिर्फ एक ही जगह पे है. If you know nothing, then also you can try and come down to narrow it down to two options. All right. Next question. With reference to the Coriolis force, which of the following statement are correct? With reference to the Coriolis force, which of the following statements are correct? It increases with increase in the wind velocity, and it is maximum at the poles and it is absent at the equator. What do you think? It increases with the increase in the wind velocity. Yes, it is correct. It is maximum at the poles. Yes, and it is absent at the equator. Yes, because it is absent at the equator. Equator पे cyclones form नहीं होते हैं. The reason why cyclones are not formed at the equator, because Coriolis force is absent. The Coriolis force, which gives the rotation, the rotating power, is Coriolis force, and that is absent at the equator, and hence we do not see cyclone at the equator. So it is maximum at the poles and it is absent at the equator. Correct. And it increases with the increase in wind velocity. Correct. So basically Coriolis force, if this is the wind direction, then Coriolis force acts perpendicular to it, है ना? And it is directly proportional. The Coriolis force is directly proportional to the wind velocity. That means higher the wind velocity, higher will be the Coriolis force. जितना तेज हवा चलेगा, उतना ज़्यादा Coriolis force होगा. It is always perpendicular to the direction of the wind. It increases with the wind velocity and it is maximum at the poles. So the answer is C. Both A and B are correct. Please try and understand, we are not solving these questions to check your knowledge. We are solving this question to get familiarized with the kind of questions being asked. We are solving this to understand कि language किस तरीके का use होता है. We are seeing these questions to get the idea कि किन word के ऊपर we need to focus, which are the words we need to emphasize upon, which are the words we need to keep our eyes on, है ना? You will see in the next question, आगे के कुछ questions में you will understand how small changes in words can give you the answers. See, on June 21 every year, which of the following latitudes experience a sunlight of more than 12 hours? June 21 को I'll give you a hint. June 21 is summer solstice, right? Which implies that on June 21, I'll draw here. June 21 में northern hemisphere में summers है, right? So this is your equator, this is your Tropic of Cancer, and this is your Tropic of Capricorn. This is sun. The lights falling, the light or the solar insolation in the northern hemisphere is more than it is in southern hemisphere, right? इतना northern hemisphere में, southern sphere में बस इतने region में वो sunlight पड़ रहा है. Since it's summer season, it is June 21st. ये आपका समर सीजन नॉर्दर्न हेमिस्फीयर में चल रहा है. दिस इज इक्वेटर, दिस इज ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैप्रिकॉर्न, दिस इज ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर. This is what you can see. Now let's come back to the question. Question is saying on June 21st every year, which of the following latitudes experience sunlight more than 12 hours? बताओ. Think about this and answer. Is it 2 only? Tropic of Cancer? See, Tropic of Capricorn is in southern hemisphere and Arctic Circle is in northern hemisphere, right? तो ये दोनों अलग अलग हेमिस्फीयर में, तो 3 and 4 तो हो ही नहीं सकता, करेक्ट. इक्वेटर 1 only हो ही नहीं सकता. नाउ योर ऑप्शन लेफ्ट विद ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर and Arctic Circle. What do you think? Think about this. Only Tropic of Cancer? Answer is D. They are saying more than 12 hours. We बचपन से सुनते आ रहे हैं कि नॉर्दर्न पोल पे समर्स में सनसेट ही नहीं होता है ना. इट गोज हॉरिजन के पास जाता है, फिर से राइज हो जाता है उसका. 6 महीने के दिन, 6 महीने के रात. दिस काइंड ऑफ myths we have heard since childhood, right? So obviously during summers the Arctic Circle experiences days, sometimes as long as 20 hours, 19 hours का भी दिन वहां पे होता है. So Arctic Circle is obviously the answer. The answer is 2 and 4. Next question. ये question again from the current affairs, because this region was in news, and if you have seen the vegetation or the vegetation cover, जंगल, पहाड़, इसका अगर आपने vegetation अगर आपने देखा हुआ है world map पे, you will be able to answer this question. One of the following region has world's largest tropical peatland, which holds about 3 years worth of global carbon emissions from fossil fuels, and the possible destruction of which can exert detrimental effect on the global climate. I'll tell you something. If you want to answer this question, इसके ऊपर आप थोड़ा सा फोकस करना. It is tropical in nature. ठीक है. Second, it is largest, and third, it is peatland. Try and focus on these 3 words and try and see if you can answer this question, because इसके लिए आपको न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना जरूरी है. You must have read newspaper or the current affairs. If not, then at least through these 3 words you can eliminate 2 options. If it was the world's largest, आपने कभी तो सुना होता उसके बारे में, एटलीस्ट कभी तो सुनते हैं आप. Have you ever heard anything named as किलकोरी बेसिन? मैंने तो नहीं सुना. Since childhood we have been listening to this largest. नहीं सुना भाई. रियो दी ला प्लाता बेसिन नहीं पता. Since somebody who on an average, आप थोड़ा बहुत तो पढ़ते रहते हैं ना, कभी बचपन में पढ़ा होगा, कभी कहीं पढ़ा, ये दो नाम तो कभी पढ़े ही नहीं है. So since it is world's largest and it is tropical peatland, I can eliminate these two because I do not know कि ये world's largest कैसे हो सकता है. Now I am left with the Amazon and the Congo. ठीक है. They are stating कि ये peatland है. Peatland means a land where जहाँ पे इनिशियल स्टेज ऑफ कोल फॉर्मेशन शुरू होता है, जहां पे मटेरियल डिकम्पोज होना शुरू हो गया है, बट इट हैज नॉट रीच टू द लेवल कि वो फुल फ्लेजेड कोल में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा, दैट काइंड ऑफ अ प्लांट. ओके, सो एटलीस्ट आई कैन एलिमिनेट दीज टू एंड आई कैन कम डाउन टू फर्स्ट टू. फैक्चुअली द करेक्ट आंसर इज ऑप्शन बी. Factually, the correct answer is option B because it was heavily discussed in the newspaper. That is why I was aware of it. इसका capacity is like 1.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide it can absorb every single year. Every single year it can absorb. तो इसके ये उस साल मतलब पिछले 1-1.5 साल से काफी न्यूज में. The answer is Congo Basin. अगर आप ये थोड़ा लार्जेस्ट ट्रॉपिकल वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट वगैरह डिप्लॉय करो तो एटलीस्ट यू वुड हैव एलिमिनेटेड दीस टू. द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ गेटिंग करेक्ट आंसर वुड हैव बीन 50-50%. हाँ, ये इट्स एक्चुअली अ डिबेटेबल क्वेश्चन कि ये ज्योग्राफी से है या साइंस एंड टेक से है, बिकॉज ये क्लियरली ज्योग्राफी से नहीं है ये क्वेश्चन, बट स्टिल it is from the biology science. वहां से ये क्वेश्चन आ रहा है because it is about Fabaceae family, which among the following are from the pea family. The answer is all three. इसमें डिबेट करें ऐसा कुछ है नहीं, सिखाने जैसा भी कुछ है नहीं. Either you know it or you don't know it. That's it. ये it's a very factual question. And also it is not from the core geography. हाँ, the total fertility rate in an economy is defined as. So basically this question can also be taken into the section of economy, but it can also be seen in the population syllabus of geography, population topic of geography, which is under the human geography and economic geography. This I'll request you to go through the options and try and see if you can answer this question. It is asking total fertility rate, the number of children born per 1,000 people in the population in a year. ये तो birth rate हो जाएगा ना सर जी. Those who are stating that this is answer A, what is the difference between birth rate? This is birth rate na, this is not fertility rate. This is birth rate na, birth rate, death rate, this is birth rate, so this is not a fertility rate. The answer is D, the average number of live births a woman would have by the end of her childbearing age. कोई भी women उनके जो reproductive age है उसमें on an average कितने बच्चों को she can give birth to is considered as the total fertility rate. इसको न्यूज़पेपर या अदर टेक्निकल डॉक्यूमेंट्स में it is referred as TFR. Even in the news you see on televisions they talk about TFR, total fertility rate. This total fertility rate is 2.1 is considered as the replacement TFR. रिप्लेसमेंट रेट. अगर किसी भी कंट्री का TFR, the total fertility rate, if any country has 2.1, then it is replacement rate. That means the population more or less will remain stable. बहुत बढ़ेगा भी नहीं और बहुत कम भी नहीं होगा. But this TFR also is important to understand where a particular state is lacking. For example, some states like Kerala have TFR around 1.7 or 1.8, है ना, इसके आसपास है. Whereas states like Bihar has TFR around 3.7, 3.6, etc. Means every lady in her reproductive age in Kerala will deliver 1 or 2 babies, whereas in Bihar they will deliver 3 or 4 babies. 3.7 babies तो नहीं हो सकते ना. It is just an average, just to reflect, okay, what is the probability or how many children a woman would give birth to. Okay, so the answer is the average number of live births a woman would have by the end of her childbearing age. This is TFR. The option A is the birth rate. Okay. All right. Let's look at this question. Jhelum River passes through Wooler Lake. Just give me a second, okay? आप इस क्वेश्चन को अटेम्प्ट करने का कोशिश करो. ट्राई एंड अटेम्प्ट दिस क्वेश्चन. जस्ट गिव मी अ ब्रेक ऑफ 30 seconds. Jhelum River passes through Wooler Lake. Krishna River directly feeds the Kolleru Lake, and meandering of the Gandak River form the Cover Lake. अब ये तीनों भी technically this question is from environment ecology, but we are covering it here because इसमें river वगैरह mentioned है ना. So Jhelum River passes through Wooler Lake. Yes, Wooler Lake is actually the Wooler Lake controls the water flow in Jhelum River. So first statement is correct. Third statement, meandering of the Gandak River has formed Cover Lake. Correct. This is also correct. This cover lake is Oxbow Lake. It was in news because there were heavy discussions regarding declaring this as Ramsar wetland or converting into bird sanctuary. इसके बारे में काफ़ी डिस्कशन उस टाइम पे चल रहा था न्यूज़पेपर में. there was mentioning of the cover lake, so this was also in news. However, what about statement 2? Krishna river directly feeds Kolleru lake. Directly? It does not feed Kolleru lake directly. The Kolleru lake is in between the Krishna and Godavari, and it is fed by roughly 60 small streams, but Krishna does not directly feed the Kolleru lake. So the answer is only 2. Next, this is from the economic geography, also was in news. Kamarajar port, first major port in India registered as a company. यहाँ पे दो facts है. A, is it a major port, and B, is it the first to be registered as a company. Second, Mundra port, largest privately owned ports in India, and Visakhapatnam, largest container port in India. Would you like to attempt this question? Do you want to attempt this question? Try and attempting this question. Kamarajar port, first major port of India registered as a company. Yes, it is major port, correct. It is first to be registered as a कंपनी. एक एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन दे देता हूं कि मेजर पोर्ट आर डिक्लेयर्ड अंडर द एक्ट्स ऑफ इंडियन पोर्ट्स एक्ट ऑफ 1908. इस एक्ट के अंदर मेजर पोर्ट डिक्लेयर किया जाता है. Yes, this is correct. Kamarajar port is the first major port in India registered as a company. Mundra port, largest privately owned port in India, correct. Mundra port in Gujarat is the largest privately owned port in India. Visakhapatnam, largest container port in India, wrong. It is third largest on east coast. Third largest and is on east coast. The largest container port in India is JNPT Mumbai, which is like Mumbai का अपना अलग port भी है, but JNPT is next to Mumbai. Nhava Sheva, it is located at the Nhava Sheva, JNPT. It is the highest or the largest container port by volume is JNPT. So the answer would be only 2. Only 2 pairs are correct. The answer would be only 2 pairs are correct. Consider the following trees. Jackfruit, ये scientific names है. Artocarpus heterophyllus, Mahua, Maduka indica, and teak, Tectona grandis. How many of the above are deciduous trees? Deciduous trees means trees which let their leaves go during the difficult times, usually in summers. I'll tell you something very stupid that I had ended up doing. I attempted this question but my answer was incorrect. When I attempted this question last year, my answer was incorrect. The reason why it was incorrect because I overthought about it. बहुत ज़्यादा सोच लिया था मैंने. I knew that mahua and teak are deciduous trees. I also knew that jackfruit is evergreen forest में होता ही है, evergreen और equatorial है ना, या tropical rainforest. है ना, जैक फ्रूट इज एवरग्रीन में मिल जाता है, ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट इक्वेटोरियल क्लाइमेट में जैक फ्रूट मिलता है. आई वॉज वेरी मच अवेयर अबाउट दिस, बट व्हेन आई वॉज अबाउट टू टिक दिस पार्ट दैट इज ओनली 2, somehow this is very personal and stupid, yet I am sharing. Somehow I remembered the movie Kathahal. It was the Sania Malhotra was starring in that movie. The context of that movie or the storyline of that movie was कि किसी यूपी में किसी एमएलए के घर से कटहल के पेड़ से कटहल मतलब जैकफ्रूट चोरी हो जाता है, एंड ही डिप्लॉयज होल पुलिस फोर्स टू गेट दैट कल्प्रिट. किसी चोर को पकड़ने के लिए, जैकफ्रूट के चोर को पकड़ने के लिए वो लगा देता है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई I got confused and I thought UP is not neither evergreen nor equatorial nor in tropical rainforest because of the wrong movie reference. I marked it as incorrect and I ticked all 3 when I was aware that this is not the deciduous forest. तो हो जाती है गलतियाँ, मैं भी इंसान हूँ. Although I cleared the exam but गलती हो गई थी, and it is very human to accept the mistake. कि do not overthink. When you have the knowledge, use it. Do not overthink. I ended up overthinking and I made incorrect choice. Now, India has more arable area than China. The meaning of this statement is the land available for the cultivation or for the agriculture is more in India than China. ठीक है, खेती करने के लिए जो ज़्यादा ज़मीन है वो इंडिया में अवेलेबल ज़्यादा है कंपेयर टू चाइना. The proportion of irrigated area is more in India as compared to China. The average productivity per hectare in Indian agriculture is higher than that in China. Try and answer this question. I'll give you a hint. Focus on this statement that average productivity per hectare in Indian agriculture is higher. इसके ऊपर सोचने की कोशिश करो. हायर इंडिया का एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिव कैसे हो सकता है? इंडिया का, बिकॉज ए चाइना हैज़ मोर टेक्नोलॉजी, चाइना हैज़ मोर एक्सेस टू द नॉलेज, चाइना हैज़ मोर मशीनरी, सो द प्रोडक्टिविटी जो चाइना में होगा वो ऑब्वियसली हायर होगा. तो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग, सो ऑल 3 इज गॉन. yes, now you are giving the correct answer. The answer is B, only 2. First statement is correct, second statement is correct. India has more arable area than China. Yes, this statement is correct. The highest area or arable land is in USA. USA is the highest, then comes India, then comes Russia, and then comes China. India is second largest arable area country, and China is the fourth. First is USA, second is India, third is Russia, and fourth is China. In terms of the amount of area available for cultivation, for agriculture, USA is highest, India second, Russia third, China fourth. The proportion of irrigated area is more in India as compared to China, correct. In India, the proportion of irrigated land is 48%, whereas in China it is 41%. I am absolutely sure nobody will be able to remember all these many facts, but with sheer guesswork you can come to this point. Okay, the proportion of irrigated area is more in India as compared to China. See, anybody and everyone who gave this exam, who attempted this question, was not aware about the exact details. Yet, with application of knowledge, they could come to the informed guesswork, intelligent guesswork, and because of which we could reach to the answer. Only two. First two statements are correct. Which one of the following is the best example of repeated falls in sea level giving rise to present day extensive marshland? What does this question mean? This question means that which among the following region जहाँ पे sea level का drop हो रहा है, जहाँ sea level reduce हो रहा है, which among the following have resulted because of the fall in the sea level? इसमें आपको एक लॉजिक देता हूँ. ये इंडिया का कोस्ट है. सी इफ यू कैन डिप्लॉय द, है ना, इंडिया का कोस्ट है. दिस इज द वेस्ट कोस्ट, दिस इज ईस्ट कोस्ट, राइट. मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द रिवर, बीट से गंगा, यमुना और महानदी, गोदावरी, कृष्णा, कावेरी, पेन्नार, all of these rivers deposit their alluvium in the east coast, in the Bay of Bengal, right. They deposit all their water in the Bay of Bengal, और उन्होंने कहा है कि fallen sea level यहाँ पे continuously पानी दे ही रहा है to the Bay of Bengal. If you use that logic, you know Bhitrakarnika is in Odisha, and these two, these salt pans, Marakkam salt pans, are in Tamil Nadu. These are also, I think these are in Andhra Pradesh or in Tamil Nadu. I think these are in Andhra Pradesh. Naupada swamp, yes, I think, yes, they are in Andhra Pradesh. All these three are on the eastern coast, whereas Run of Kutch is in Gujarat. And this Run of Kutch is also notorious for salt marshes or salt pans or arid, semi-arid region. Answer is Run of Kutch. Initially, millions of years ago, Run of Kutch was extension of Arabian Sea. Run of Kutch was the extension of Arabian Sea, जहाँ से water sea level low होने की वजह से it has developed into Run of Kutch. आज भी अगर आप Run of Kutch जाते हो तो you can clearly see कि वहाँ पे salt presence या sea water presence कितना prominent रहा होगा. The answer is Run of Kutch. ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. Why is it interesting? For two reasons. One, ये फैक्ट्स आपको ऐसी जगह पे मिलते हैं जिसके ऊपर आप ज़्यादा फोकस नहीं करते हो. Ilmenite and rutile abundantly available in certain coastal tracts of India are rich source of which one of the following? Try and attempt this question. Please try and attempt this question. इसको सॉल्व करने के दो तरीके हैं. अगेन, if you are voracious reader, if you have read your NCERTs correctly, you would know इसका आंसर क्या है. Because I think 8th NCERT, it is in the 8th NCERT. Chapter is natural resources. ये 8th या 9th का NCERT है जहाँ पे नेचुरल रिसोर्स का चैप्टर है. इन द वेरी बिगिनिंग ऑफ दिस चैप्टर देयर इज अ बॉक्स इन द राइट कॉर्नर एंड दैट बॉक्स स्टेट्स सर्टन नेम्स. और उसमें उन्होंने एक स्टोरी लाइन में बताया है कि ये एलिमेंट जो होते हैं वो माइका में होते हैं. यू कैन फाइंड दोज इन योर टूथपेस्ट एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. सो फ्रॉम दैट बॉक्स these two words have been used, have been taken from that particular box. अगर आप आपके NCERT अच्छे से पढ़ते हो तो you can answer this question. There is another way of answering question is, it is saying coastal area, coastal tracts. Okay, so coastal tract है and we have seen कि usually copper, iron, these are found on the plateaus. तो ये दोनों तो eliminate हो जाते हैं. एंड एल्यूमिनियम का भी इतना, अगर हम लोग जितना पढ़ते हैं उसमें एलिमिनेट एंड रूटाइल का नाम तो आता नहीं है. सो बाय विद द हेल्प ऑफ एलिमिनेशन मेथड यू कैन कम डाउन टू द टाइटेनियम. इट इज रिलेटिवली डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन टू आंसर बट स्टिल यू कैन आंसर. द आंसर इज टाइटेनियम, ऑप्शन डी. अबाउट 3/4 of the world's cobalt, a metal required for the manufacturing of the batteries for electric motors vehicles, is produced by which country? यहाँ पे दो क्वेश्चन मिक्स हो गया. We'll attempt the next question also, but here try and attempt this question. World's cobalt, 75% of the world's cobalt. Either you know it or you don't know it. इसमें गेस वर्क के लिए स्कोप बहुत कम है. इफ़ यू हैव रेड न्यूज़पेपर, इफ़ यू हैव स्टडीड बेसिक्स, आपको इसका आंसर मिल जाएगा. बिकॉज देयर वाज अ ह्यूज डिस्कशन अबाउट द नेचुरल और द ग्रीनरी quotient of the electric motors. There was a heavy debate whether are electric vehicles actually green vehicles. It was heavily debated topic because it also pollutes the environment because of its batteries and the processor involved in the manufacturing of batteries. Because of that, the topic was in discussion, heavily debated in newspaper. The answer is Democratic Republic of Congo. 75%, 76% roughly of the world's cobalt production happens is in Congo. Next question, which one of the following is the part of the Congo River Basin? Which among the following is a part of the Congo River Basin? For this, you have to be aware about the map of Africa. If you have studied map of Africa, this question becomes a cakewalk for you. Nigeria is on the river Niger. South Sudan is on the river of Nile. The South Sudan, the river flowing through the South Sudan is Nile, and Uganda is also in the basin of Nile. The only country which is not is Cameroon. Answer is Cameroon. Nigeria is in the basin of Niger River, South Sudan is in the basin of Nile River, and Uganda is in the basin of Nile River. If you have seen map of Africa, it becomes very easy for you. The answer is Cameroon. ठीक है? The answer is Cameroon. Okay. ठीक है, इसका आंसर जो है, you will not find this answer in the text form of the NCERT. The answer of this question you will find on the first physiographic map of India. जो आप कब NCERT ओपन करते हो, the first map you see is physiographic map of India, जहाँ पे अमरकंटक हिल्स, शेषाचलम हिल्स या एक्सेट्रा यू सी. ठीक है, सी अमरकंटक हिल्स are at the confluence of Vindhya and Sahyadri ranges. Let's say sorry for my drawing, I am trying to draw for the reference of better understanding. Okay. Rough drawing. Amarkantak hills. Amarkantak hills are somewhere here in Madhya Pradesh, जहाँ से नर्मदा चलती है. And it is saying Vindhya and Sahyadri. Sahyadris are here and Vindhyas are here. तो ये दोनों जहाँ पे मिक्स होंगे वहाँ पे अमरकंटक तो नहीं है. So first statement is wrong. Seshachalam hills constitute the southernmost part of the Western Ghat. शेषाचलम हिल्स आर इन आंध्र प्रदेश, समवेयर हियर. तो वहाँ पे वेस्टर्न घाट्स तो है ही नहीं, वहाँ पे ईस्टर्न घाट्स है. सो इट इज़ नॉट वेस्टर्न घाट्स. सो स्टेटमेंट 3 इज इनकरेक्ट. बिलीरंगन हिल्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूट द ईस्टर्न मोस्ट पार्ट ऑफ द सातपुड़ा रेंज. सातपुड़ा आर हियर अलॉन्ग द रिवर तापी, और उसका ईस्टर्न मोस्ट पार्ट वुड बी समवेयर नियर द बॉर्डर ऑफ द मध्य प्रदेश एंड छत्तीसगढ़. तो वो वहाँ पे भी नहीं है. ऑल द 3 स्टेटमेंट्स आर इनकरेक्ट. ठीक है, दिस स्टेटमेंट इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट. हाउएवर these hills are in the eastern Ghats. Answer is none. None of the options are correctly matched. अब since majority of you are from Assam, I would expect you to know the first statement. See, with reference to the India's projects on connectivity, consider the following statements. East-West corridor under Golden Quadrilateral project connects Dibrugarh and Surat. What do you think, this statement is correct or wrong? बताओ. Try and answer this question. this statement is wrong because it connects not Dibrugarh but Silchar, and with not with Surat but with Porbandar. Second, the trilateral highway connects Moreh in Manipur, correct, to Chiang Mai in Thailand. No. The name of the city is something Mai Sui, Mai Cheng, something of this sort, but not Chiang Mai in Thailand, via Myanmar. So again, the name has been changed. Bangladesh, India, China, Myanmar Economic Corridor connects Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh with coming in China. No, it's not Varanasi, it is Kolkata. The answer is none of the statement is correct. None of the statement is correct. Try and answer this question. Switzerland is one of the leading exporters of gold in terms of value. Statement 2, Switzerland has the second largest gold reservoirs in the world. Switzerland is one of the leading exporters of the gold in terms of value. Statement is correct. Switzerland is followed by UAE. So yes, Switzerland is the one of the highest in terms of the value. Switzerland, not UAE, it's UK, Hong Kong. These are the top 3 countries. So, I'm sorry, this is not UAE, this is UK, and Switzerland has the second largest gold reservoirs in the world. How is it possible? इत्तू सा तो है Switzerland, है ना? Sorry for that expression, but Switzerland is इत्तू सा. How can it have the second largest gold reservoirs in the world? Largest gold reservoirs in the world are in, like, say, they are in Australia, South Africa, they are in USA. इतने बड़े बड़े कंट्रीज में है वो. स्विट्जरलैंड इतने से देश में कैसे होंगे? सो स्टेटमेंट 2 इज इनकरेक्ट. सो स्टेटमेंट 1 इज करेक्ट बट स्टेटमेंट 2 इज इनकरेक्ट. ऑप्शन सी इज द आंसर. अगर आपको कुछ पता भी नहीं, अगर आप इतना भी लॉजिक लगा देते हो कि भाई गोल्ड रिजर्वायर जो होंगे that will require a lot of land, right? So, and since Switzerland is a very small country, how can it have the second largest gold reservoirs in the world? So if you can logically, if you can deduce this statement and if you can make that this statement is wrong, you are left with the correct option, that is option number C. Consider the following countries. How many of the above mentioned countries share land border with Ukraine? This question is not strictly from geography. This question is not, I repeat, not strictly from geography. This question is from current affairs and IR, but we are covering it because it involves the map. अब ये question क्यों आया था? Because Russia-Ukraine war के कारण आया था. So how many of these? Latvia, no. Why? Because it is towards the Baltic Sea. Bulgaria, no. Bulgaria नहीं है, Belarus है. The country bordering Ukraine is Belarus, not Bulgaria. So Romania, yes. Lithuania, Latvia नहीं है तो Lithuania कहाँ से होगा? Hungary, yes. No. Answer is only 2. The answer is only 2. apart from these two, there are other countries like Moldova. They share boundary, Moldova, and obviously Russia. These share boundary with the Ukraine. ये सब मेमोरी बेस्ड थे और करंट में they were in very much in news. Now this is interesting question because this wants you to deploy your logic. This is completely based on your understanding. Okay, with reference to the Earth's atmosphere, which one of the following statement is correct in the context of Earth's atmosphere? I would request you to read the options and try and answer this question. Try and answer this question. Yes, the answer is C. You're right. Answer is C. Infrared waves are largely absorbed by the water vapor that is concentrated in the lowest atmosphere. अब तक you must have seen that there are two questions जो रिपीट हुआ है. From this question you saw कि recently 2024 में the question was created on the water vapor. Let's see the option A. The total amount of insolation received at the equator is roughly about 10 times of that of a received at the pole. कुछ भी मतलब कुछ भी ये it can be, yes, it is right that the insolation received at the equator is higher than the poles, but 10 times higher. It's very extreme statement and wrong. Infrared constitute roughly 2/3 of the insolation. No, they contribute minuscule of it. Infrared waves are part of the visible spectrum. No, they are not part of the visible spectrum. The correct answer is option C. Those of you who are giving answer C, you are right. Statement 1. This will again ask you to deploy your understanding or the knowledge of the question. The soil in the tropical rainforest is rich in nutrients. The soil in the tropical rainforest is rich in nutrients. Statement 2. The high temperature and the moisture of tropical rainforest causes dead organic matter in soil to decompose quickly. The soil in tropical rainforest is rich in nutrients, and second, the high temperature and the moisture of the tropical rainforest causes dead organic matter in the soil to decompose quickly. What do you think? What is the answer? Gokul Tamang is saying the option is B. Sarji, you are asking to go to the next question. Next question. You are saying option is B. Option B is not right because statement 1 is incorrect. The soil in tropical rainforest is not rich in nutrients. It is relatively poor in nutrients because of the heavy rains. The nutrients in the soil are leached out. वो because of the heavy rains वो बह जाता है. The soil nutrients are leached down at the deeper level of the soil and they are not left available for the consumption. ये NCERT में लिखा हुआ है that the tropical rainforest का soil is not that great. It is not nutritious. The answer is D. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. It is written in the book कि soil of the tropical rainforest is not that great because of the leaching effect. Try and solve this question. Statement 1. The temperature contrast between the continents and the ocean is greater during summer than in winters. The specific heat of water is more than that of a land surface. The temperature contrast between the continents and ocean is greater during the summers than in the winters. The specific heat of water is more than that of a land surface. Let's just understand what is this concept called specific heat. The specific heat implies the amount of heat required to increase the temperature by 1 degree Celsius. किसी भी मैटर का लैंड हो, मेटल हो, लिक्विड हो, वाटर हो और एनीथिंग एल्स, the amount of heat you need to give to that material or that matter to increase its temperature by 1 degree Celsius is called specific heat. Okay, and the specific heat of water is higher than that of a land. आपको ज़मीन को गर्म करने के लिए जितनी हीट चाहिए होगी by 1 degree Celsius, उससे ज़्यादा हीट you will need to heat up the water. Statement 2 is correct. And the temperature contrast between continents and ocean is greater during the summer than in the winter. That is, so the answer is A. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and the statement 2 is the correct explanation of the statement 1. Next question. In seismograph is the instrument which measures the earthquake. In seismograph, P waves are recorded earlier than S waves. P waves are primary waves and these are called secondary waves. Even if you deploy common sensical knowledge, वो पहले आते हैं इसीलिए तो प्राइमरी कहलाता है ना, because they come first, that's why they are called primary waves, and since these come second, they are called secondary waves. So first statement is correct. In P waves, the individual particles vibrate to and fro in the direction of the wave propagation, whereas in S wave, the particles vibrate up and down at right angles to the direction of the wave propagation. This statement is as it is taken from the NCERT. I'll try and explain it through diagram, okay? The way P waves and S wave propagates. I'm trying to draw P wave first, okay? This is the material. So it contracts and releases, contracts and releases. The movement of the particle is in the direction, this is the direction of wave and this is also the direction of the movement of the particles. Whereas in S wave, the movement is like this. This is the movement in the S. Here wave is traveling in this direction and particle are traveling in this direction. Particle and wave are traveling in perpendicular to each other, whereas Here particle and wave both are traveling in the same direction. So in P waves, the individual particles vibrate to and fro in the direction of the wave propagation, whereas in S wave, the particle vibrate up and down at right angle to the direction of the wave propagation. The answer is C. Both 1 and 2 are correct. प्रज्ञांशु, आपके काफ़ी सारे आंसर्स करेक्ट है. दिलीप, आपके भी काफ़ी सारे आंसर करेक्ट है. रियली गुड गाइस. See, this question I would expect you to solve it on your own. Obviously, I'll give you the correct answer, but just look at the words. If you do not know anything, then also you will be able to solve this question. Just look at the words used. How can we solve this question without even having complete knowledge of it? आपके पास थोड़ा बहुत भी knowledge है, then also you'll be able to solve this question. Try attempting it. Sorry, मैं बीच में खड़ा हूँ. Can anyone answer this question? Would you like to attempt this question? With reference to the coal-based thermal power plants, consider the following statement. First, none of them uses seawater. None of them is set up in water stressed district. None of them is privately owned. Look at this word, none, none, none. How is it possible? कोई तो एक होगा जो सी वाटर यूज करता होगा, कोई तो होगा जो शायद वाटर स्ट्रेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हो सकता है. इंडिया में देयर आर सो मेनी वाटर स्ट्रेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स, and there is none of them is privately owned. See, Mundra uses the sea water. None of them are set up in the water state district. In fact, 1/3 of all coal-based thermal power plants are in the water state districts. None of them are privately owned. No. The thermal power plants, coal-based thermal power plants, are owned by both privately and publicly. So the answer is none. None of the statements is correct. When you read such statements and when you see कि इतना extreme term use किया है कि none of them uses sea water, none of them set up in water state district, none of them is privately owned, you can clearly see कि ये तीनों के तीनों statement wrong है. Answer is none. Okay. In the northern hemisphere, the longest day of the year normally occurs in the. अब मुझे एक बात बताओ, ये longest day के ऊपर अब तक 3 क्वेश्चन आ चुके हैं ना? Yes or no? For example, we saw that image where the sunlight was falling, or the more than 12 hours of day was happening where? Equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, or Arctic Circle, that kind of a question, or summer solstice, that kind of question. This longest day, they are referring to summer solstice, है ना? तो वो कब होता है? It happens on the 21st June. 21st June के ऊपर पिछले हम लोग ने पिछले 4 साल के क्वेश्चंस जो देखे हैं, 21st June के ऊपर there have been 3 questions. The answer is second half of the month of June, because it happens on the 21st June. Answer is B. Correct. Dilip, you are going good, huh? Rahul, Dilip, you are giving correct answers continuously. Very good, guys. Varun has also given the correct answer. Right, guys. Great, great, great. Consider the following statements. High clouds primarily reflect solar radiation and cool the surface of the earth. Low clouds have high absorption of infrared radiation emanating from the earth's surface and thus cause a warming effect. Very interesting question. This is very interesting question. अगर ये क्वेश्चन आपको समझ में आ गया तो आपको एनवायरमेंट इकोलॉजी का एक इम्पॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में आएगा, वेयर इज क्लाइमेट चेंज को कम करने के लिए, इन ऑर्डर टू रिड्यूस द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज, देयर हैज़ बीन अ डेवलपमेंट in context of thinning of clouds. They are planning to deploy technology through which you can thin out the clouds. ये technology climate change के context में use होने वाली है. For that you need to know कि which clouds do what. इसके बारे में आप सोचो. Look at the statement. Look at this statement. The answer is neither, because the high clouds, ये उल्टा किया है. This is done by the high clouds. And this is done by the low clouds. Low clouds are the one which reflect the solar radiation and cool the surface of the earth, whereas high clouds have the higher absorption of the infrared radiation emanating from the earth's surface and thus cause the warming effect. So let's say that this is earth's surface. Let's say that this is earth's surface. These are low clouds and these are high clouds. Okay. So the solar actually gets reflected. Let me change the color of the pen. So solar radiation जो reflect होगा वो नीचे से होता है. Lower clouds reflect back the solar radiation. Lower clouds reflect back the solar radiation. ये आता है और जाता है. Okay. Whereas higher clouds are the one which trap the radiation from the earth. So when the climate change or the environmentalist or the climate change scientists are talking about thinning of the clouds, they are talking about the thinning of the higher clouds. जो ऊपर के clouds हैं, they need to be thinned out so that the heat radiated from the earth can go back to the atmosphere, in the skies, in the space, and not come back down to the earth. The answer is none. Both are the statements are interchanged. So this low cloud should have been high clouds and this high cloud should have been low clouds. They have interchanged the terminologies. Consider the following states. How many of the above are generally known as tea producing states? How many of the above are generally known as tea producing states? Here the only state which can create confusion in your mind is Himachal Pradesh. You might be wondering, Himachal Pradesh is in Himalaya, dominated by Himalayas, वहाँ पे tea production होता होगा क्या? This can create a confusion, but the answer is yes. Tea is produced in Himachal Pradesh. Tea is produced in Tripura, in Kerala and Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh में Arakku Valley है, वहाँ पे they produce tea. The answer is all 4 states. The answer is all 4 states. This is the last question. After this, we are going to take break of 10 minutes. We'll reassemble and we'll solve the remaining questions. Okay. We are going to take break of 10 minutes and we'll come back and solve the remaining questions. This is the last question we are attempting before the break. With reference to India, consider the following statements. Monazite is a source of rare earth. Monazite contains thorium. Monazite occurs naturally in the entire Indian coastal sands in India, and India government bodies only can process or export monazite. I'll give you hint. Okay, you can get the correct answer of this question. I'll give you hint. Just focus on the extreme words. जैसे पहले वाले क्वेश्चन में none of this none of that ये था, वैसे इस क्वेश्चन में there is one extreme word used. If you can eliminate that extreme word, you will get the correct answer. You can come to the correct answer just by looking at that extreme word. Any guesses? Yes, this, आप कह रहे हो 1, 2 and 3. Bipul Burman is saying answer is A, 1, 2 and 3. Varun saying answer is A. Sanchita Saikya saying option is B. Answer is B. Please understand, I give you hint that focus on the extreme words. Option is B, because monazite occurs naturally in the entire Indian coast. India's coast starts from Gujarat, Maharashtra, Daman and Diu, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Odisha, West Bengal. Entire हर जगह पे कैसे मिलेगा? There must be a some patch. Let's say महाराष्ट्र में शायद 2-4 किलोमीटर का ऐसा पैच हो सकता है जहाँ पे ना मिलता हो. There is a possibility, right? How on earth you can accept कि ये entire Indian coast पे होगा? There is a possibility कि entire Indian coast में अंडमान निकोबार का भी coast है. It's also possible. अंडमान निकोबार के पूरे coast पे कैसे होगा? लक्षद्वीप का coast है, लक्षद्वीप के coast पे पूरा कैसे होगा? So many islands are there. There is a very good possibility ना, at least किसी island पे ना हो. There is a very good possibility कि at least 2-4 किलोमीटर का तो ऐसा पैच हो सकता है on the entire Indian coast कि जहाँ पे कुछ ना हो, जहाँ पे ना हो monazite. So such an extreme statement, how can it be correct? So this statement is incorrect. If the statement 3 is incorrect, you can eliminate all the options with statement 3. You are left with option B, and this is the correct answer. I gave you the hint कि extreme statement है ना, ये entire coastal पे कैसे हो सकता है? Right or wrong? Please tell me. Is it right or wrong? ठीक है. Now we'll take break of 10 minutes. We are halfway through. I'm writing it here. 10 minutes break. ठीक है. It's 8:30. We will restart at 8:40. हम लोग ने ऑलमोस्ट 5 साल के क्वेश्चंस कवर कर लिए. Another 5 years to go. Chalo, welcome back students. We are done with the half of the questions. Just half of them are remaining now. Let's just try and wrap up as early as possible, okay? Let's not waste much of your time. Now, Gandikota Canyons of South India was created by which one of the following rivers? ये बहुत factual question है. You cannot have answers of this question. You cannot see such questions in advance because ये बहुत factual है. Either you know it or you don't know it. The answer is Pennar, also because it was in news. So there is nothing more than that. ये किसी book में दिया हुआ नहीं है. हाँ, this is interesting question for the obvious reason that by sheer knowledge you can get the correct answer. Okay. So all of you are from Assam, Meghalaya. So you know that Nokrek is located in Meghalaya. Nokrek is located in Meghalaya. So Nokrek is not in Sikkim. It is not in Sikkim. It is in Meghalaya. So since third is wrong, these two options are eliminated. Okay. Namcha Barwa is in Arunachal. Namcha Barwa is in Arunachal. This is the place from where Brahmaputra takes the U-turn. From the near the peak of Namcha Barwa, Brahmaputra takes the U-turn. The only correct option is Nanda Devi. Option 1 is incorrect. So you are left with only 2. I'll repeat this question one more time, because since we were on break, some of the students have joined late. Okay, so I'll attempt this question one more time. Let's see it one more time. All of you are from Assam and you are aware the course of the river Brahmaputra, right? Brahmaputra, after traveling north of the Himalayas, takes a U-turn and enters into the Arunachal and Assam. The place where it takes the U-turn is known as Namcha Barwa. Namcha Barwa. Right? This Namcha Barwa is not in Garhwal Himalayas, it is in Arunachal. Garhwal Himalayas are in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, whereas Namcha Barwa is in Arunachal. So if you remove 1, now you are left with either 2 only or 3 only. Nokrek is in Meghalaya. So Sikkim is 9. The answer is Nanda Devi, that is 2 only. अगर आपने एनवायरमेंट इकोलॉजी भी अच्छे से किया है तो यू नो वेयर इज द नोक्रेक लोकेटेड, नोक्रेक रिजर्व, नोक्रेक नेशनल पार्क और नोक्रेक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व. इट इज लोकेटेड इन मेघालय. दिस इज फैक्चुअल. गांधी सागर, इंदिरा सागर, मैथन एंड घाट प्रभा, these are the water reservoirs. ये कहाँ located है geographically? Is the question. Ghat Prabha is located in Karnataka. Gandhi Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, yes, on Narmada. Indira Sagar is also in Madhya Pradesh. And Maithan Reservoir is not in Chhattisgarh, it is in Jharkhand. अब ये चीज़ें आपको याद करनी पड़ेगी. You will have to go through the maps again and again, then only you will be able to remember. The only option, the only correct pair is Gandhi Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Answer is one pair only. These are the kind of questions which will ask for the memorization part of it, है ना. Memorization इसमें बहुत बड़ा role play करेगा. The answer is okay. I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. Let's just read the question one more time. Knowledge सही है, but मेरा भी आंसर गलत हो जाता. Reason is ये जल्दबाजी में क्वेश्चन ठीक से पढ़ा नहीं है हमने. ठीक है, जस्ट टेक अ लुक एट इट. हाउ मेनी ऑफ द PYQs आर नॉट करेक्टली मैच्ड? इट इज नॉट करेक्टली मैच. दिस वुड हैव बीन द सिली मिस्टेक, है ना. तो ऐसा सिली मिस्टेक अवॉइड करना है जो कि मैंने अभी आपके सामने मेरे से हो गया. द क्वेश्चन इज नॉट करेक्टली मैच. द आंसर वुड बी C. There are 3 pairs which are incorrectly matched. Ghatprabha is in Karnataka, Gandhi Sagar correctly matched, Indira Sagar again in Madhya Pradesh, and Maithun is in Jharkhand. So there are 3 pairs which are not correctly matched. The answer would be C. The answer is C. Please avoid such silly mistakes. I also committed the same mistake. अभी आपके सामने मैंने commit किया because I misread the question. Even after having the knowledge, I would have answered incorrectly because मैंने question को misread किया. So please look at this. It is non-correct. Which of the following pairs are not correctly matched? In the tropical zone, that means between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. In the tropical zone, that means between the region of Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, the western sections of the oceans are warmer. The western sections of the oceans are warmer than the eastern sections owing to the influence of the trade winds. Second, in the temperate zone means beyond the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. जो ठंडा वाला region है beyond the Tropic of Cancer and beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, westerlies make the eastern section of the oceans warmer than the western section. इसके लिए आपको करंट के बारे में आइडिया होना ज़रूरी है. इसके लिए आपको करंट के बारे में आइडिया होना ज़रूरी है. द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. इन द ट्रॉपिकल जोन द वेस्टर्न सेक्शन ऑफ द ओशंस आर वार्मर than the eastern section owing to the influence of trade winds. Those trade winds are northeast trade winds. Northeast trade winds means the trade winds which are blowing from the direction of the northeast. And second, in the temperate zone, westerlies make the eastern section of the ocean warmer than the western section. This statement is also correct. ये कहाँ से जाते हैं? These are traveling from subtropical high pressure. These westerlies are traveling from subtropical high pressure to polar low pressure. ठीक है, subpolar low pressure. Both statements are correct. Leaf litter decomposes faster than any other biome, and as a result, the soil surface is often almost bare. Apart from trees, the vegetation is largely composed of plant forms that reach up to the canopy vicariously. By climbing the trees, or growing as epiphytes, rooted on the upper branches of the trees. अब ऐसा statement है which is in quotes. If you see the statement is in quotes. That means ये ऐसे के ऐसा किसी बुक से उठा है, and that book is NCERT और GC Leong. Okay. यहाँ पे दो कीवर्ड है. If you take a look at those, आपको उसका आंसर मिल जाएगा. कीवर्ड क्या है? Epiphytes. Rooted on the upper branches of the trees. मतलब ऐसे trees जिनके टॉप लेयर पे वो एपीफाइट्स, समथिंग विच इज ग्रो ऑन द अदर ट्री. व्हाई दे आर ग्रोइंग ऑन द अदर ट्री? बिकॉज दे नीड सनलाइट. दैट मीन्स द सनलाइट इज नॉट रीचेबल एट द ग्राउंड. ओके, यहाँ पे लिखा है कि सरफेस इज ऑफन ऑलमोस्ट बेयर. अपार्ट फ्रॉम ट्रीज द वेजिटेशन इज लार्जली कंपोज ऑफ द प्लांट्स फॉर्म, जो इतना ऊपर जाता है. लीफ लिटर डिकम्पोजेस फास्टर देन इन एनी अदर बायोम. अब आप मुझे बताओ, कोनिफरस फॉरेस्ट में स्नोफॉल होता है ना? स्नोफॉल reduces the speed of decomposition. So snowfall, coniferous forest is not the answer. Then dry deciduous forest. Dry deciduous forest नाम में ही लिखा है कि dry है. That means moisture is less. Moisture अगर less है तो decomposition भी slow ही होगा. Mangrove forest. Mangrove forests are next to oceans. मतलब इसका जो लीफ लिटर है, मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट, वाटर मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट, मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट आर इन द कॉन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ द वाटर ऑफ द रिवर्स विद द वाटर ऑफ द ओशन. तो मैक्सिमम रीजन अराउंड द मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट इज फिल्ड विद द वाटर. तो वहाँ पे लीफ लिटर कहाँ जाएगा और कैसे डिकम्पोज होगा? आंसर इज ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट. आंसर इज ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट. The black cotton soil of India has been formed due to the weathering of. It is this is a very basic question, very common question. This is coming from the soil types of India. This is from the soil types, crop pattern, agriculture. In सब में we study the black soil, black cotton soil, right? The reason it is black because it comes from the igneous rock. The reason the soil is black because it is formed from the weathering of the igneous rocks, and igneous rocks will come from the volcanic activity. The answer is features of the volcanic rock. ठीक है? It will come from the volcanic rock. The answer is B. Correct. Answer is B. You are right. Let's move on to next question. Among the following, which one is the least water efficient crop? Try to answer this question. Let's decode this word. Least water efficient crop meaning water intensive crop. इसमें से कौन सा है जो water intensive crop है? That means which of the following crop uses maximum water for its which among the following इज द लीस्ट वाटर एफिशिएंट. दैट लीस्ट वाटर एफिशिएंट का मतलब क्या होता है कि जिसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पानी चाहिए होता है फॉर इट्स प्रोडक्शन. विच अमंग द फॉलोइंग इज द मोस्ट वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप? ट्राई एंड आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन, बी क्विक. Yes, Sanchita, you're right. The answer is sugarcane. Sugarcane requires the maximum water. Pearl millet, red gram, ये तो arid, semi-arid region में भी grow हो जाता है. Sunflower is the oil seed. Sugarcane is most water intensive crop. That is least water efficient crop. With reference to the Indus river system, recently it was in news, but still, with reference to the Indus water system, of the following 4 rivers, 3 of them pour into one of them which joins the Indus directly. Among the following, which one is such river that joins the Indus directly? ये इंडस ऐसा है ना, उसके नीचे है झेलम, देन चेनाब, रावी, पियास एंड सतलज. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज कि इनमें से कौन सा है जो लास्ट में ज्वाइन करता है आफ्टर टेकिंग वाटर फ्रॉम ऑल द रिवर्स? बियास joins Ravi, it joins Chenab, Jhelum, and they all of them join Satluj, and Satluj finally connects with Indus. The answer is Satluj. The river which joins at last after taking water from remaining 4 rivers is the Satluj. Okay, next. ये अगर आप म्यूज़िक सुनते हो, गाने सुनते हो, मूवीज़ देखते हो या कोई सीरीज़ देखते हो तो इसका आंसर देना थोड़ा सा इजी हो जाता है. इट इज़ डिडवाना, कुचामन, सारगोल एंड खाटू. डिडवाना, कुचामन, सारगोल एंड खाटू आर दी नेम्स ऑफ, ये ग्लेशियर्स हो सकते हैं, मैंग्रोव्स हो सकते हैं, रामसार साइट्स हो सकते हैं, सलाइन लेक्स हो सकते हैं. रामसार साइट्स आर हम लोगों को जनरली पता होता है तो उनमें ऐसे तो नाम आते हैं नहीं, तो रामसार साइट्स तो चला गया. ग्लेशियर्स वी नो कि देर आर बिग ग्लेशियर्स लाइक सियाचिन ग्लेशियर्स, गंगोत्री एक्सेट्रा, राइट. वी हैव नेवर हर्ड टर्म्स लाइक डिडवाना, कुचामन, सारगोल, खाटू, है ना. तो ग्लेशियर तो होना नहीं चाहिए. नोबडी विल रिमेंबर, मतलब इफ यू स्टडी or if you are a student, it is impractical or it is impossible to remember names of the glaciers, all the names of the glaciers, all the names of the mangroves areas, all. यहाँ पे आपको guess work ही करना पड़ेगा. These sound like Rajasthani or Gujarati names, है ना. I also attempted this question. My answer was correct. ठीक है, my answer was correct, but my answer was based on the guesswork because I thought Didwana, Kuchaman, Sargol and Khatu sound like a Gujarati or Rajasthani name. The answer is these are saline lakes, that is they are playas. All of them are located in Rajasthan. So it will also happen कि आपको knowledge नहीं होगा लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ logic लगा के आप correct answer तक पहुंच जाओगे. Consider the following rivers. Which of the following rise from the eastern Ghats? ये ड्रेनेज सिस्टम बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है इंडियन ज्योग्राफी का. Which one of the following rise from the eastern Ghats? Which of these following rise in the eastern Ghats? सुवर्णरेखा, वंशाधारा, नागावली या ब्राह्मणी? Try and answer this question if you can recollect it. Subarnarekha flows through Jharkhand. ठीक है, तो सुवर्णरेखा तो चला गया, सो 3 गॉन, 3 गॉन. नाउ यू आर लेफ्ट विथ 1, 2 and 2 and 4. दैट मीन्स 2 इज करेक्ट. ब्राह्मणी और वंशाधरा. ब्राह्मणी flows through, I think answer will be 1 and 2, because Vamsadhara flows from, if I'm not wrong, it flows, I think Brahmani, Brahmani is in Chota Nagpur, right. Brahmani is in Chota Nagpur. It merges with the 2 rivers. One is Koel and there is one more river, I think Shankh river. Combination of these 2 rivers creates the Brahmani. Brahmani is in Chota Nagpur plateau, so it will not be in the Eastern Ghats. The answer would be Vamsadhara. Answer will be 2 and 4. Brahmani originates in Chota Nagpur and it's the combination of Koel and Shankh river. So yes, the answer is 2 and 4. इसलिए river system को आप continuously you need to go through it. Okay. Now try and answer this question. Try and answer this question. Jet streams occur in the northern hemisphere only. Again, northern hemisphere में सिर्फ क्यों होगा भाई, southern hemisphere में भी होगा ना, because jet stream travel at the height of 20,000 to 50,000 feet, है ना. तो इतने ऊपर अगर वो ट्रैवल कर रहा है तो उसके ऊपर लैंड ओशन इसका ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा ही नहीं. जेट स्ट्रीम विल occur in northern hemisphere as well as in southern hemisphere. तो first statement is wrong. तो first गया 2 and 3 or 2 only. That means second statement is correct. Now let's focus on the third. Since बचे हुए 2 ऑप्शन में 2 कॉमन है, that means 2 is correct. Third is the temperature inside the eye of the cyclone is nearly 10 degree less. No, 10 degree higher. It is 10 degree higher than the surrounding. इसीलिए तो वहाँ पे हाई प्रेशर बेल्ट, लो प्रेशर बेल्ट जनरेट होता है ना, because the temperature is higher than the surrounding. So answer is 2 only. The temperature is not less, temperature is more, 10 degree more than the surroundings. Next question. With reference to ocean mean temperature, which of the following statement are correct? First statement is, I'll give you hint. Look at the facts. एकदम specific facts use किया है इन्होंने. First statement is, OMT is measured up to the depth of 26 degrees isotherm, which is 129 meters in southwestern Indian Ocean during January to March. 129 meters, इतना specifically कैसे आपको, it's a huge ocean. How can you be so sure कि ये exactly 129 meters पे ही होगा? Ideally, when you take the temperature 26 degree है, मतलब वहाँ पे solar sun rays तो penetrate होना पड़ेगा ना below the surface, and around equator or between the tropical regions 190, 120, 130 meters तक sunrays जाता है क्या, जहाँ पे वो heat up कर पाए. The temperature where you can gauge or where you can record is roughly 50 meters, 50 to let's say 80 or 100 meters. Okay, ये 50 से 100 मीटर के बीच में होना चाहिए. इतना स्पेसिफिक डेटा 129 मीटर्स, नॉट इवन 1 मीटर नीचे 1 मीटर ऊपर, वो भी ओशन में. सो दिस स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. फर्स्ट गया. नाउ यू आर लेफ्ट विथ बी एंड डी. OMT collected during the January March can be used to assessing whether the amount of rainfall in the monsoon will be less or more than the certain long term main. The answer is yes. Statement 2 is correct. Earlier we used to use SST. SST stands for sea surface temperature. SST stands for sea surface temperature. बस उसमें accuracy में बहुत problem आता था. There used to be a huge gap in accuracy. By when we started using OMT, the accuracy of the prediction increased by 80%. That means the not by 80%, but the prediction comes roughly 80% accurate when we use OMT. The answer is B only, that is 2 only. अब इसको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करना, इसको आप सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करना. आई विल गिव यू हिंट. Which of the above are officially designated as a major minerals? Bentonite, chromite, kyanite and sillimanite. The hint is chromite, kyanite and sillimanite. These are metallic minerals. This is non-metallic. Bentonite is a non-metallic mineral. So, by logic, most offer that not metallic minerals are always considered as major minerals. ठीक है. सो बेंटोनाइट के बारे में मुझे शायद नहीं पता कुछ भी, लेकिन मुझे ये पता है कि ये तीनों तो मेटालिक मिनरल्स है, तो प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ देम बीइंग अ मेजर मिनरल इज हायर. whereas bentonite I do not know, but यहाँ पे all of the above option है ही नहीं, so I will go with the 2, 3 and 4. The answer is 2, 3 and 4. See, I appeared this year, I cleared this year, है ना. मतलब ये क्वेश्चन जिस साल था उस साल भी मैंने क्लियर किया था. एंड इवन नाउ आई कैनॉट टेल यू, मुझे ये इसमें से ये याद नहीं है कि ये मेजर है, ये माइनर है, ये नहीं है. आज भी मैं लॉजिक ही यूज़ कर रहा हूँ. बैक देन ऑल्सो आई यूज लॉजिक ओनली that chromite, kyanite and sillimanite are metallic minerals, so they must be major minerals. That's all. यही यूज़ करके इसका आंसर करेक्ट आ गया था. The answer is 2, 3 and 4. Again, this is a quote taken from the book. It is about the crop. Okay. Subtropical in nature, hard frost is injurious to it, and it requires at least 210 frost free days, 50 to 100 centimeters of rainfall for its growth. A light, well drained soil capable of retaining moisture is ideally suited for the cultivation of the crop. Retaining of the moisture is one keyword. Retaining of the moisture is the characteristic of black soil. वो मॉइस्चर को पकड़ के रखता है ना. 50 to 100 सेंटीमीटर्स है एंड 210 फ्रॉस्ट फ्री डेज है. ये सबसे बड़ा हिंट है. द आंसर इज कॉटन. एनसीईआरटी में एक ही क्रॉप है जिसके बारे में ये डिटेल्स दिए हुए हैं. एनसीईआरटी हैज क्लियरली मेंशन दिस. द स्टेटमेंट इज डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द एनसीईआरटी. एनसीईआरटी हैज क्लियरली मेंशन 210 फ्रॉस्ट फ्री डेज. द आंसर इज कॉटन. Nice. Now let's see the next question. Which of the following protected areas are located in Kaveri Basin? इसका आंसर इज इजी अगर मैप देखा हो. टेक्निकली दिस क्वेश्चन इज फ्रॉम एनवायरमेंट इकोलॉजी, बट वी आर कवरिंग इट इन ज्योग्राफी बिकॉज इट इन्वॉल्व्स द रिवर बेसिन. ओके. अगर आपने इसका लोकेशन अगर आपको पता है तो यू कैन क्लियरली गिव दिस आंसर. Answer is, who has given this correct answer? Sanchita. Sanchita has given correct answer. Answer is C. The answer is C. देखो, आप अगर थोड़ा बहुत भी अगर पढ़ते हो ज्योग्राफी या फिर एनवायरनमेंट, आपको पता है कि पापीकोंडा या एनीथिंग दैट हैज कोंडा काइंड ऑफ एंडिंग वर्ड आर लोकेटेड इन आंध्र प्रदेश. राइट, दे आर लोकेटेड इन आंध्र प्रदेश. अगर आप आंध्र प्रदेश के गाँव का नाम देखते हो, सिटीज़ का नाम देखते हो, ज्योग्राफी में कोई भी नल्ला मल्ला हिल्स, इससे मतलब इफ़ यू टेक अ लुक एट द regions of the Andhra Pradesh, there is a specific way of naming their places. कोंडा, पापी कोंडा में अगर कोंडा आया तो दैट मीन्स इट इज़ इन आंध्र प्रदेश. तो अगर 2 को एलिमिनेट कर दिया, आई एम लेफ्ट विथ 3 and 4 एंड 1 3 and 4. सो 3 and 4 तो करेक्ट है, ठीक है, दोनों में है. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज अबाउट फर्स्ट. नागरहोल नेशनल पार्क इज इन कर्नाटका. And Kaveri, we often hear the news of Kaveri water dispute that is happening between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So Nagarhole is in Karnataka, it is in Tamil Nadu, and it is also in the area of Kabini River. Kabini River also located in the basin of the Kaveri. So the answer is 1 3 and 4. People who gave answer C, Sanchita, आपका आंसर करेक्ट है. ओके. Siachen Glacier is situated to the, I'll try and draw the map of Siachen Glacier. आप वो मैप देख के कोशिश करना आंसर करने की. ओके, दिस इज कश्मीर. Siachen Glacier is located here. This is the location of the Siachen Glacier. I have drawn a map and I have tried to explain. I have given you the hint. यहाँ पे है Siachen Glacier. Now try and answer this question. Where is it located? Is it east of Aksai Chin? Is it east of Leh? Is it north of Gilgit, or it is north of Nubra Valley? I'll immediately give you answer, but try and answer this question from this drawn map. Try and answering it. Correct. Answer is D. Okay. Aksai Chin is here. This is Aksai Chin. So, is it east of Aksai Chin? No. It is north of Gilgit. Gilgit is here. Gilgit-Baltistan is here. Right? Leh is here. It is north of the Nubra Valley. Nubra Valley is located here. So, it is north of Nubra Valley. The answer is D. It is north of Nubra Valley. उस टाइम पे Siachen Glacier and China के साथ का conflict was in news. That is why it was discussed extensively in newspaper. ये मैप के ऊपर बहुत discussions होते थे. That is why I keep requesting you people कि आप प्लीज़ न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ा करो. करंट अफेयर्स के लिए आप जो भी पढ़ते हो वो सही है, यू कैन कंटिन्यू डूइंग इट, बट प्लीज़ रीड न्यूज़पेपर्स. ओके. रिवर and where it flows into. Mekong, Thames, Volga and Zambezi. Mekong, does it drain into Andaman Sea? Thames, does it drain into Irish Sea? Volga, does it drain into Caspian Sea? Or Zambezi, does it drain into Indian Ocean? Okay. अब I'll tell you funny incident. Okay. मैं आपसे झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा. I gave this paper and I cleared it. ठीक है. But the funny part is कि इसका आंसर मेरा करेक्ट आया, but I did not know exact कैसे, मतलब वो exact knowledge मुझे नहीं था, but yet I could give the correct answer. Now I'll tell you funny. I'm giving you the honest confession. Okay. Why I could get the correct answer? Because Thames River. I have seen, I don't know if you have seen the movie of Katrina Kaif and Akshay Kumar, Namaste London. So Namaste London movie में कैटरीना कैफ जब पंजाब में आती है और जब उसको उसकी माँ इंट्रोड्यूस कराती है तो शी यूजेस टर्म्स लाइक कि मेरी बेटी थेम्स की तरह पवित्र है. तो बिकॉज शी वांट्स टू से कि मेरी बेटी गंगा की तरह पवित्र है, बट शी इज़ फ्रॉम लंडन, शी यूजेस टर्म लाइक मेरी बेटी थेम्स की तरह पवित्र है. सो आई न्यू थेम्स इज इन इंग्लैंड, है ना. एंड आयरिश सी में इंग्लैंड से बहुत, ग्रेट ब्रिटेन से जाता है बट इंग्लैंड से नहीं जाता है. थेम्स रिवर ड्रेन्स इनटू द नॉर्थ सी. सो ऑप्शन 2 एलिमिनेट हो गया. सो ये गया, ये गया. सो ओनली ऑप्शन लेफ्ट इज इधर 3 and 4. सो मेकोंग का भी इनकरेक्ट हो गया क्योंकि एक वन ऑप्शन बचा ही नहीं. बट आई, फॉर योर नॉलेज आई एम टेलिंग यू, मेकोंग रिवर ड्रेन्स इनटू द साउथ चाइना सी. आई एम टेलिंग यू बिकॉज ऑफ माई नॉलेज. बट जब मैंने ये एग्जाम दिया था तो मुझे ये नहीं पता था, येट आई कुड गेट द करेक्ट आंसर. सो मेकोंग इज नॉट राइट, है ना. तो वोल्गा करेक्ट है. जाम्बेजी इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. It drains into Indian Ocean and Volga drains into Caspian Sea. The answer is 3 and 4. उस टाइम पे मेरा ये आंसर करेक्ट आया था, बट आई एम नॉट लाइक क्लेमिंग कि मुझे उस टाइम पे पता था. नाउ आई नो, बट तब नहीं पता था. येट आई कुड गेट द करेक्ट आंसर क्योंकि यू नेवर नो आपको कहाँ से क्या क्लिक हो जाए. इन प्रीलिम्स एग्जामिनेशन rely on your studies but also rely on your intuition. बचपन से कुछ ना कुछ देखा होता है. We have seen so many things, advertisement, TV, songs, etc. etc. We have read some stories. किसी ना किसी कहीं ना कहीं लिंक लग जाता है and we end up giving the correct answer, है ना. So answer is 3 and 4. This drains into the South China Sea. Thames drains into the North Sea. Volga and Zambezi are correct. So answer is 3 and 4. With reference to the pulse production in India, consider the following statement. Black gram can be cultivated as both Kharif and Rabi crops. Yes, the word uses can be. Yes, why not? If the word was extreme, can is the moderator word, है ना. Can it be done? Can it not be done? So can be cultivated as both Kharif and Rabi crops. The probability of this statement being correct is high. Green gram alone accounts for nearly half of the pulses. ये extreme statement हो गया, है ना. There are so many different types of pulses cultivated in India. उसमें से एक almost 50% करके जाएगा. ये statement थोड़ा extreme लग रहा है. I do not know. I'm just giving you the procedure through which we go. I don't think कि this statement correct होगा. मैं आपको factually क्या चीज़ है वो भी बताता हूँ. But I'm just telling you what kind of a mindset we go through while attempting the question. I think ये क्वेश्चन का स्टेटमेंट जो है दैट इज़ वेरी एक्सट्रीम. सो आई वुड प्रोबेबली अवॉइड एक्सेप्टिंग इट एज अ करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. सो आई विल मार्क इज रॉन्ग. इन द लास्ट 3 decades, while the production of the Kharif pulses has increased, the production of the Rabi pulses has decreased. No, this statement is wrong because the production of the Kharif pulses has increased. This is correct, but the production of Rabi pulses have also increased. both Rabi and Kharif both have increased. The answer is 1 only. But green gram, अभी मुझे डेटा पता है तो मैं बताता हूँ. Green gram constitutes around 10.50% of the pulse production. Only 10.50%, not even 20% or something. Okay. Next question. ये देखो, another question on 21st June. पिछले 10 साल में 21st June समर सोलास्टिस के ऊपर कम से कम 3-4 क्वेश्चन आ चुके हैं. The questions are getting repeated again and again. On June 21st, those who have attended the lecture from the beginning, they have seen कि इसी क्वेश्चन के ऊपर 1 साल पहले क्वेश्चन था. The question was repeated. On 21st sun, does not set below the horizon at the Arctic Circle, does not set below the horizon at the Antarctic Circle, shines vertically over the noon at the on the equator, shines vertically overhead at the Tropic of Capricorn. The answer is D. Sorry, C. अरे कहाँ गया? कैप्रिकॉन नहीं है, इक्वेटर नहीं है, अंटार्कटिक नहीं है. द आंसर इज ए, राइट. द आंसर इज ए. इट डज नॉट सेट बिलो द हॉरिजॉन एट द आर्टिक सर्कल. इट इज वर्टिकली ओवरहेड होता है, लेकिन वो ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर के ऊपर होता है, नॉट ऑन कैप्रिकॉन. द आंसर इज ए. इट डज नॉट सेट बिलो द हॉरिजॉन एट द आर्टिक सर्कल. Answer is A. All right, let's move to the next question. Why are dewdrops not formed on a cloudy night? The question means बहुत ज़्यादा अगर बादल छाए हुए हैं तो उस रात में dewdrops क्यों नहीं बनते? Why dewdrops do not form on the cloudy nights? Try and answer this. The answer is B. Clouds reflect back the Earth's radiation. Cloudy nights, let's say that this is surface and it is filled with the clouds, है ना. तो इस रीजन में अगर बहुत ज़्यादा clouds है, cloud, this is surface, the heat radiated from the earth will be trapped by the clouds, and once clouds get heated up, this heat will be resent downwards. It will be radiated back, and this because of the reflecting back of the Earth's radiation, the region around Earth's surface will remain warm, and because the surface near the Earth, area near the Earth's surface will remain warm, the dewdrops will not form. Okay. With reference to the management of the minor minerals, consider the following statement. Sand is a minor mineral according to the prevailing law in the country. आपने आपके आसपास, like if you have visited your villages, anywhere you see river, there are people mining the sand, है ना. If sand was a major mineral, तो वहाँ पे सिर्फ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कुछ काम करता है या फिर कुछ जिनको लाइसेंस मिला है, बहुत बड़े बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ओनली दोज वुड हैव वर्क. So sand is a minor mineral. State governments have the power to grant mining leases of minor minerals, correct? but the power of regarding the formation of rules related to the grant of minor minerals lies with the central government. Wrong. It lies with the state government again. The state government has the power to frame rules to prevent illegal mining of minor minerals. Correct. आपके यहाँ पे जब कोई सैंड का if somebody is illegally mining the sand, पुलिस पहुँचती है ना वहाँ पे, because law and order is state का subject and the regulating illegal mining is also of the minor minerals is also comes under the state. So the answer is A, 1 and 3 only. With reference to the cultivation of kharif crops, in which the last 5 years, consider the following statements. Area under the rice cultivation is the highest. Area under the cultivation of jowar is more than that of oilseed. Area of cotton cultivation is more than that of area under sugarcane cultivation. First statement is correct. Rice जगह जहाँ देखो वहाँ पे rice ही लगाया हुआ है. Roughly 40% of the area is covered by the rice. So first statement is correct. So option B and option C are gone. Since first statement is correct, area ये option गलत है. Either 1 2 3 है या 1 and 3 is more than that of oil seed, and the area of cotton cultivation is more than that of the area under sugarcane. Try attempt in the question. ये आई थिंक ये क्वेश्चन जो है ना, इसका पीपीटी में कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुआ है. इट इज़ द एरिया ऑफ कॉटन कल्टिवेशन इज मोर दैन दैट ऑफ द एरिया ऑफ शुगर कैन है, एंड ऑफ शुगर कैन है, एंड द एरिया अंडर शुगर कल्टिवेशन has steadily decreased. Yeah, I remember this question because I had attempted this question. Some I think PPT formation में ये word गलत हो गया. ये fourth statement है. Answer is, एक मिनट रुकना. I'll have to erase it to make you understand. I'll have to erase it to make you understand. Okay, fourth statement, there is a fourth statement. Third statement is area under cotton cultivation is more than that of sugarcane. And fourth statement is area under sugarcane cultivation has steadily decreased. So third statement is area of cotton cultivation is more than that of a sugarcane, and fourth statement is area under sugarcane cultivation has steadily decreased. It has not decreased, so fourth statement is incorrect. Answer is 1 and 3. Okay, this is from the world mapping. Sea bordering countries, sea and bordering countries. Okay, Adriatic Sea, Albania; Black Sea, Croatia; Caspian Sea, Kazakhstan; Mediterranean Sea, Morocco; and Red Sea, it's Syria. ठीक है, Adriatic Sea, Albania; Black Sea, Croatia; Caspian Sea, Kazakhstan; Mediterranean Sea, Morocco; and Red Sea, Syria. What do you think? What is the answer? पहले तो बात ये है कि सीरिया इज ऑन द मेडिटेरियन सी, है ना. So Syria is not, so 5 chala gaya. Now you are left with 1, 2 and 4, 1 and 1, 3 and 4. So that means 1 is correct, 4 is correct. इन दोनों में से एक करेक्ट होना चाहिए. Either of these two should be correct. 1, 2 and 4 or 1, 3 and 4. Think about this. क्या हो सकता है आंसर? क्या हो सकता है इसका आंसर? See, answer is 1, 3 and 4. 3 is correct, 2 is incorrect. I remember this. This is the keyword I have used. This is the keyword I have prepared for remembering countries around Caspian Sea. This is the acronym. T stands for Turkmenistan. E stands for Azerbaijan. Okay. I saw your messages where you had mentioned that you could not hear me. Voice chala gaya tha. So I have changed my voice. Sorry, I changed my mic, not voice. I hope I'm audible now. Am I audible now? Am I audible now? I can't see your responses. Please let me know if I'm audible. Okay, thank you. Now I can see your responses so that I get to know. Okay, now I'm audible. All right. Okay. Some of you couldn't hear me properly. So, do you want me to explain this question one more time, or you have understood it? We can move forward. Please type quickly. We can move forward. Most of the world's coral reefs are in tropical region. Correct? क्योंकि ट्रॉपिक कोरल रिफ्स के लिए वार्म वाटर चाहिए होता है, वार्म वाटर, है ना. अराउंड 26 डिग्री सेल्सियस के आसपास अगर वाटर है तो कोरल रिफ्स कैन रियली फ्लरिश. तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज राइट. More than one third of the world's coral reefs are located in the territories of Australia, Indonesia and Philippines. ये भी करेक्ट है. ऑस्ट्रेलिया का ग्रेट बैरियर रीफ, वी आर ऑल अवेयर कि ग्रेट बैरियर रीफ ऑफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया is the largest coral reef, right? Indonesia, Philippines, the coral triangle. Third statement, coral reef host far more animal phyla than those hosted by the tropical rainforest. This is very interesting. Why? This is interesting. Why? Because this statement is correct. हमको लगता है कि ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट में ज्यादा एनिमल फैला होगा. नो, ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट हैज ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ ट्रीज. एनिमल्स की भी होती है लेकिन ट्रीज की ज्यादा होती है. कोरल रीफ हैज हायर एनिमल फाइला, हायर डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ एनिमल फाइला. Answer is D. This is one important fact which you should not forget, that coral reefs has more diversity in terms of animal phyla than even tropical rainforest. In India, state government do not have the power to auction non-coal mines. अरे non-coal mines मतलब if there are any mines which are not coal mines, तो state government cannot do it. Minor minerals की जो mines होंगे, any mines which are of let's say minor minerals, they will be auctioned by the state government. So statement 1 is wrong. Andhra Pradesh and Jharkhand do not have gold mines. Wrong. इतना एक्सट्रीम जाते ही क्यों? आंध्र प्रदेश also has gold mines. अगर आपने KGF मूवी देखा है तो उसमें इसका रेफरेंस आता है. एंड इफ यू हैव नॉट वॉच KGF मूवी एंड इफ यू हैव स्टडीड दी NCERT, उसमें पता है कि आंध्र प्रदेश हैज 3% ऑफ गोल्ड रिजर्वायर ऑफ इंडिया, है ना. So this statement is wrong. So obviously statement 3 is correct. 3 only. Rajasthan has iron ore mines. Which one of the following is an artificial lake? That is man-made lake. Kolleru is not the answer because it is on the it is located between the drainage channel of Krishna and Godavari. Nainital, no. Renuka, no. Kodaikanal, yes. Kodaikanal in Tamil Nadu. This is, I think it was constructed, I think 1857 में रिवॉल्ट हुआ, 1864 में बैटल ऑफ बक्सर हुआ है ना, उसके एक साल पहले, मतलब इट वाज कंस्ट्रक्टेड इन 1863. See, Battle of Plassey was 1757, Battle of Buxar was 1764, revolt was in 1857. Yes, it was constructed in 1863 because उस टाइम पे the administration was taken over by the British crown away from the East India Company. तो उसका जो फर्स्ट उस टाइम पे कोडाई कैनल का जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर बन के आया था, दैट ऑफिसर, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग हिज नेम, दैट पर्सन कंस्ट्रक्टेड दिस कोडाई कैनल. कोडाई कैनल इज द आर्टिफिशियल लेक. ये सब फैक्ट्स है. सम ऑफ दिस यू वुड रिमेंबर, सम ऑफ दिस यू वोंट, बट यू विल हैव टू अटेम्प्ट सच क्वेश्चंस. इफ आई वर यू, मतलब अगर बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता है तो भी आई वुड हैव ड्रॉन द आंसर फ्रॉम द वर्ड कनाल. कोडाई canal. We are aware that canals are man-made. Canals are not naturally created. We create the canals, and that is why I would have answered Kodai Canal. Actually, I knew the exact fact. That is why I could answer correctly. But अगर नहीं भी पता होता तो I would have derived the answer from the word canal. Canals are man-made. Okay. The barren island volcano is an active volcano located in Indian territory. Correct. या अपना इंडिया के बारे में तो इतना तो पता ही होता है कि barren island is in Andaman Nicobar Islands and it is an active volcano located in Indian territory. Barren Island lies about 140 km east of Great Nicobar. No, not Great Nicobar. It is on the east of Port Blair. यार ये तो बेसिक ये है, ये तो पता ही होना चाहिए. इसलिए सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. सो 2 गया. The last time Barren Island volcano erupted was in 1991. What nonsense. मतलब बीच में इसका नाम आते रहता है. It was also linked with the 2018 earthquake. So the answer would be 1 only. I really want all of you guys to attempt this question. This is very interesting question. And answer of this question you will not find in books. इसका आंसर सिर्फ अगर आपने मैप ठीक से पढ़ा होगा, देखा होगा, तो ही आपको पता चलेगा. Among the following cities, which one lies on the longitude closest to that of a Delhi? इसमें से कौन सा शहर है, लेट्स से कि दिस इज दिल्ली, तो इसका जो लॉन्जिट्यूड है, इस लॉन्जिट्यूड के सबसे क्लोज कौन है? बेंगलुरु, हैदराबाद, नागपुर या पुणे? ट्राई अटेम्प्टिंग दिस क्वेश्चन. दिस इज लेट्स टेक इट एज अ फन एक्टिविटी, है ना. ट्राई अटेम्प्टिंग दिस क्वेश्चन एंड टेक इट एज अ फन एक्टिविटी. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, अगर ट्राई टू इमेजिन इफ यू कैन आंसर दिस काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन. Some of you are saying Bangalore, others are saying Hyderabad, others are saying Nagpur. See, Delhi is around 77.3 something north, है ना. Pune is somewhere here. Pune is somewhere here. Nagpur is somewhere, sorry, not this far. Considering this, Bangalore is somewhere here and Hyderabad is somewhere here. The answer is Bangalore. Answer is Bangalore. Those who have given answer as Bangalore are right. The answer is Bangalore. Regions sometimes mentioned in the news. The question itself shows that it is not from the geography, but it is from the current affairs, but still we'll take it into the geography. Catalonia, Crimea, Mindanao and Oromia. Catalonia was in news because of the Spain में चीजें चल रही थी. क्राइमिया इतना बड़ा बवाल जो है वो क्राइमिया के वजह से तो है यूक्रेन और रशिया में. सो दिस इज यूक्रेन, नॉट हंगेरी. सो 2 गया, 3 and 4 or 1 and 3 only. Since Catalonia is in Spain, the answer is 1 and 3. ओरोमिया, वैसे भी ओरोमिया जो है वो नाइजीरिया में नहीं इथियोपिया में है. Mindanao is in Philippines. These regions were in the news because of the internal conflicts, internal disturbances. This question with reference to the Indian Ocean dipole, sometimes mentioned in the news while forecasting Indian monsoon, which of the following statement is are correct? I want you to answer this question just based on this term. Focus on this term. It is Indian Ocean dipole. Dipole ये कहाँ का है? It is in the Indian Ocean. Try and answering this question. If it is an Indian Ocean dipole, तो इसका आंसर क्या हो सकता है? Indian Ocean dipole phenomena is characterized by the difference in sea surface temperature between tropical Western Indian Ocean and tropical Eastern Pacific Ocean. अगर phenomena is Indian Ocean dipole तो वहां पे Pacific Ocean कहां से आ गया, है ना? So Pacific Ocean is not the answer. And since all of we know El Nino, La Nina, these impact Indian monsoons, statement 2 is correct. Only 2. It will have impact on La Nina and El Nino. Those who are still confused, please read this carefully. Please read this carefully. It is Indian Ocean dipole and this statement mentions Pacific Ocean. So ये statement is wrong. Indian Ocean dipole है तो उसमें Pacific Ocean का क्या काम है? Okay. Now, Mediterranean Sea, border of which of the following countries? Mediterranean Sea is a border of which of the following countries? Mediterranean Sea is a border of which of the following countries? Iraq, no. Iraq, Iran, अरेबियन सी के साइड में आते हैं, गल्फ के साइड में आते हैं, तो इराक नो. इराक गया, मतलब 2 जहां जहां पे था वो सब गया. अब बचा जॉर्डन, लेबनान एंड सीरिया. ओके, बट जॉर्डन इज अ लैंडलॉक कंट्री, सो 1 भी गया. आंसर इज लेबनान एंड सीरिया. आंसर इज लेबनान एंड सीरिया. Which one of the following is geographically closest to the Great Nicobar? सुमात्रा, बोर्नियो, जावा, श्रीलंका. इसका आंसर याद करने की कोशिश करो आप. When we speak about Indonesia, we often speak in the terms के जावा सुमात्रा इस तरीके से बोलते हैं, वी नेवर कॉल इट सुमात्रा जावा, राइट? बट इसी वजह से ये क्वेश्चन का कई बार गलत आंसर आ जाता है. द आंसर इज सुमात्रा. इट इज जस्ट roughly 1200 kilometers away, whereas Borneo is roughly 2800 kilometers away. Java roughly 1600. श्रीलंका तो पूछे हुए, श्रीलंका बहुत दूर हो जाता है फ्रॉम द ग्रेट निकोबार. द आंसर इज सुमात्रा. आंसर इज सुमात्रा. This is interesting question, okay? In India, the Himalayas are spread over 5 states only. Western Ghats are spread over 5 states. इधर भी only word है. And Pulicat Lake is spread over 2 states only. All 3 sentences has only word. Can you answer this question, please? Try and answering this question. I'll give you a hint. Statement 3 is correct. What about first two statement? Do you think both statement correct? Only one statement correct? Please answer. Answer is 3 only. Only third statement is correct. In India, Himalaya spread over 5 states only. ये तो absolutely wrong है. ये तो कोई भी बोल सकता है. उस टाइम पे जम्मू कश्मीर स्टेट हुआ करता था, बट तो उसको भी कंसिडर करें तो जम्मू कश्मीर, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड, सिक्किम, वेस्ट बंगाल, अरुणाचल, वहीं पे आपके 6 स्टेट्स क्रॉस हो गए, है ना? इफ यू कंसिडर नॉर्थ टू साउथ, मिजोरम, मणिपुर, त्रिपुरा, नागालैंड, दिस विल आल्सो फॉर्म द पार्ट ऑफ द Himalayas. Okay. Western Ghats are spread only in 5 states? No. 6 states है. गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, गोवा, कर्नाटक, केरला and Tamil Nadu. 6 states. Pulicat is spread over 2 states only. Correct. The answer is B. 3 only. Try and answer this question. अब ज्यादा क्वेश्चन नहीं बचे. Try and answer these questions. Very few questions left now. See, Bodh Gaya, we have often read about Bodh Gaya in context of Buddhist philosophy, है ना? Bodh Gaya is in Bihar. So this is wrong. 1 Gaya. So 2, 3, 4, 5 and 2 and 5 only. Correct? So Shirdi is not in Vidarbha. It is in Ahmednagar, Nagar district of Maharashtra. वेस्टर्न महाराष्ट्र में है ये. नासिक, मालवा, नो, मालवा इज इन एमपी, नासिक इज इन महाराष्ट्र. So 4 and 3 both are not correct. One is not correct. The answer is 2 and 5 only. Answer is C. See, from this question we understand that how much important it is to be aware of the map of India. अब ये क्वेश्चन तो आपको आना ही चाहिए. यू शुड नो द आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज आर ट्रिब्यूटरी ऑफ ब्रह्मपुत्रा? ब्रह्मपुत्रा, विच अमंग द फॉलोइंग आर द ट्रिब्यूटरीज ऑफ ब्रह्मपुत्रा? दिबांग, कामेंग, लोहित. यस यस यस, ये क्वेश्चन तो आपको आना ही चाहिए. देयर इज नो वे यू कैन रन अवे फ्रॉम दिस क्वेश्चन. ओके, इन विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग रीजन्स of India are shale gas resources are found? Cambay Basin, Kaveri Basin, Krishna Godavari Basin. Answer is all three. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases has identified 6 basins. Out of these are 3. Other 3 is Assam Arakan, Gangetic, and I think last one is what is that? Gangetic, Assam Arakan, and there's one more, Gondwana Basin. Ministry has identified these 6 regions and all these 3 are part of it. So answer is 1, 2 and 3. In the South Atlantic and Southeastern Pacific region, cyclones does not occur. What is the reason? Southeastern Pacific region and in South Atlantic, cyclones do not happen. What is the reason behind it? The answer is absence of ITCZ. Intertropical convergence zones is absent in this region. ITCZ, जहां पे दो तरफ के winds आके converge करते हैं, that convergence zone, intertropical convergence zone is absent in these regions. ये स्टेटमेंट देखो, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स. द विंड्स व्हिच ब्लो बिटवीन 30 डिग्री नॉर्थ टू 60 डिग्री साउथ थ्रू आउट द ईयर आर नोन एज वेस्टर्लीज. ये एग्जामिनर जो है ना, ये छोटे छोटे फैक्ट्स को ही मॉडिफाई कर देता है. दीज फैक्ट 30 डिग्री नॉर्थ टू 60 डिग्री साउथ, ऐसे कैसे होगा? द वेस्टर्लीज ब्लो बिटवीन 30 डिग्री north to 60 degree north and 30 degree south to 60 degree south. ये वाला बैंड जो है उसमें वो वेस्टर्लीज दे ब्लो इन 30 degree north to 60 degree north to 30 degree south to 60 degree south. Between 30 degree north to 30 degree south equator and tropical regions होते हैं. So there they do not form. They form between 30 degree north to 60 degree north and 30 degree south to 60 degree south. So this statement is wrong. The moist air masses that cause winter rains in northwestern region of India are part of the westerlies. Yes. ये बारिश लेकर आते हैं winter में. These are called western disturbances. Second statement is correct. The answer is B only. That is 2 only. Answer is B. अब इसका आंसर देने की कोशिश करो. Each day is more or less the same. यही पे आपका आंसर खत्म हो जाना चाहिए. Once you have read this, यही पे आपको आंसर मिल जाना चाहिए. Each day is more or less the same. यही पे खत्म हो जाना चाहिए आंसर. I'm sure you must have gotten the answer. Let's move further. The morning is clear and bright with a sea breeze. As the sun climbs high in the sky, heat mounts up, dark clouds are formed, and the rain comes with the thunder and lightning. But the rain is soon over. किसके बारे में बात कर रही है? Each day is more or less the same. यही पे खत्म हो जाना चाहिए. The answer is equatorial. The answer is equatorial. वेरी गुड गाइस, आप आंसर्स करेक्ट दे रहे हो, वेरी गुड या दिलीप, कमल, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड। किसी ने आंसर दिया मॉनसून, आई डोंट वांट टू टेक नेम बिकॉज गलत आंसर के लिए नाम लेना ठीक नहीं होगा, बट हाउ कैन मॉनसून बी द आंसर? असम, इंडिया, असम में भी, इंडिया में और रेस्ट ऑफ द पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री, एवरी डे इज नॉट सेम राइट। आपके यहाँ पे विंटर्स, रेनी, समर, हॉट, स्कॉर्चिंग हीट, ये सब होता है ना, हर दिन सेम थोड़ी होता है, सो मॉनसून तो हो ही नहीं सकता। आंसर इज इक्वेटोरियल। What explains the eastward flow of the equatorial counter current? अगर आपने इक्वेटोरियल करंट देखे होंगे तो करंट यूजुअली ऐसे फ्लो करता है सारे, है ना। बस इक्वेटर में एक करंट है कि ये दोनों के बीच से इधर जाता है, इट गोज इन द ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन, एंड क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई दिस करंट फ्लोज ईस्टवर्ड along the rotation of the earth? Because convergence of the two equatorial currents. ये जो दोनों इक्वेटोरियल वाले हैं ना, ये कहीं पे जाके लेट्स से कि इधर अमेरिकाज है, तो ये यहाँ पे आके कॉन्वर्ज हो जाते हैं ना, तो कुछ पानी इधर चला जाता है लेकिन कुछ पानी तो बीच में से इट रिटर्न्स। सिमिलरली इट हैपेंस अराउंड अफ्रीका। आंसर इज बी। Tide occur in the oceans and seas due to which among the following? Gravitational force of the sun, yes. Gravitational force of the moon, yes. And centrifugal force of the earth, yes. Centrifugal force means the reason why earth rotates, because of the rotation of the earth, it exerts the force away from the earth. गोल गोल घूमने की वजह से water is thrown away from the surface, and that also helps in generation of the tides. The answer is 1, 2 and 3. In India, the steel production industry requires the import of. In India, the steel production industry requires the import of. I'll give you hint to answer this question. Try and इसका आंसर देने की कोशिश करो। Anyone? Coking coal is the correct answer. See, saltpeter is potassium nitrate, है ना, which is used in, let's say, explosives. Rock phosphates is used in production of the fertilizers, and both these saltpeter, that is potassium nitrate, or rock phosphate, are not used for the production of the steel, not used in steel production of steel. The only material mentioned in the options is coking coal used in production of the steel. In India, which one of the following types of forest is teak a dominant tree species? In which of the following types of the forest teak? टीक मतलब क्या होता है? टेक्टोना ग्रैंडिस, है ना, टेक्टोना ग्रैंडिस। तो टीक का यूज कौन से फॉरेस्ट में कौन मिलता है? एटलीस्ट आपको ये पता है कि टिक का फर्नीचर यूज होता है. इफ यू नो नथिंग, एटलीस्ट यू नो कि टिक का फर्नीचर बनाते हैं. द टिक इज यूज्ड फॉर द फर्नीचर मेकिंग, राइट? सो तो बेसिकली फिर वो स्क्रब फॉरेस्ट तो नहीं होगा, मतलब इतने से जो पेड़ होते हैं वो तो नहीं होगा. रेन फॉरेस्ट में तो नहीं है, ये बेसिक नॉलेज है. रेन फॉरेस्ट में टिक नहीं आता है, ये आता है ट्रॉपिकल मॉइस्ट डेसिडियस फॉरेस्ट में. ठीक है. Which of the following are tributaries of Godavari? Which of these are tributaries of Godavari? वंशधारा, इंद्रावती, प्राणहिता, पेन्नार. पेन्नार तो एक अपना अलग रिवर है विच फ्लोज बिटवीन कावेरी, कृष्णा, इनके बीच में से वो जाती है. तो पेन्नार इज नॉट देयर, सो पेन्नार इज गॉन. So 1, 2, 3 and 2 and 3. So 2 and 3 तो है. वंशाधारा, again no. वंशाधारा is not the tributary of गोदावरी. हाँ, इसका आंसर आपको आना ही चाहिए. I'll leave it to you. चलो इसका आंसर दे दो आप. Read this question and answer this. Try attempting this question. Yes, answer is Meghalaya. The answer is मेघालय. इसमें तो कोई डिस्कस करने की बात है ही नहीं. यू ऑल ऑफ यू नो दैट, है ना? कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेट्स. इन विच ऑफ द अबव स्टेट्स ट्रॉपिकल वेट एवरग्रीन फॉरेस्ट ऑकर? ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन है, ट्रॉपिकल वेट एवरग्रीन है ना? सो हिमाचल प्रदेश तो नहीं होगा बिकॉज इट हैज माउंटेन काइंड ऑफ फॉरेस्ट. सो 2 गया. सो 1 and 3 अरुणाचल में तो है, मिजोरम में भी है. सो आंसर इज 1 and 3. हाँ. Which among the following regions of India has combination of mangroves भी है, evergreen forests are also there and deciduous forests are also there. इतनी वैरायटी कहाँ मिलेगी यहाँ पे? नॉर्थ कोस्टल आंध्र प्रदेश, साउथ वेस्ट बंगाल, सदर्न सौराष्ट्र या अंडमान एंड निकोबार आइलैंड? इतना ज्यादा वैरायटी ऑफ फॉरेस्ट कहाँ मिलेगा? आंसर इज अंडमान एंड निकोबार आइलैंड्स. This is the last question. We have reached to the last question. Which of the following pairs of states in India indicates the easternmost and westernmost state? Assam and Rajasthan? No. Arunachal Pradesh and Rajasthan? No. Assam and Gujarat? No. Answer is Arunachal Pradesh and Gujarat. Answer is Arunachal Pradesh and Gujarat. Okay, there are just 2 more questions left. ये फैक्चुअल है, इसको आप इग्नोर भी कर सकते हो बिकॉज इट इज ओल्ड क्वेश्चन. पुष्कर इज इन राजस्थान, है ना? एंड महादेव हिल्स आर इन मध्य प्रदेश. तो ये ऑप्शन तो गया. सो 1, 2 and 3 ये गया. सो आंसर इज ओनली 1 only. Answer is one only. Which one of the following countries of Southwest Asia does not open to the Mediterranean Sea? Israel तो मेडिटेरियन सी पर ही है, लेबनान इज ऑल्सो देयर, सीरिया का भी मेडिटेरियन सी पर है, जॉर्डन इज लैंडलॉक्ड. इफ यू हैव नोटिस्ड पिछले इतने सालों में इस रीजन के ऊपर एंड मेडिटेरियन सी एंड द कंट्री सराउंडिंग इट एटलीस्ट 5 क्वेश्चन तो आ चुका है. सो दैट इज व्हाई मैपिंग बिकम्स very important. So that's how we come to the end of the last 10 years of geography question discussion. यहाँ पे नोट करने वाली चीजें ये है, 1 PYQ रिपीट होते हैं, दे गेट रिपीटेड, इसीलिए PYQs को अच्छे से पढ़ो. सेकेंड, knowledge is important, no doubt, but common sense and logic will also give you answers. ठीक है? Having said this, this is just to remind you guys that we have launched test series. The test series is of 40 tests, out of which 14 will be sectional tests and 11 will be full length tests. 15 will be CSAT test series. Okay, these are at very reasonable charges. Offline is just 2999 and online just 999. Try and utilize it. Also, there is all Assam open mock test happening on 2nd June 2025 from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. You can give this test on Academy app. Apart from that, it's just a polite reminder that we are also having these lectures are from the marathon. On Sunday, we would be conducting Maha Marathon. On Sunday, we will have there will be Maha Marathon. जहाँ सारे subjects का current pointers will be discussed and we would attempt to revise whole syllabus ranging from polity to art and culture, everything in the form of pointers current in one single day, Maha Marathon on Sunday. So in order to make sure that you are attending this Maha Marathon, please subscribe to the YouTube channel and keep your bell icon switched on so that you get the notification regarding the Maha Marathon. Okay? Alright guys, thank you so much. See you soon. Good night. All the best for your exams.
टेलीग्राम ग्रुप का एक लिंक दे दिया, वो आपको कौन दिया है, वो बोल दीजिए, लिंक मैं दे देता हूँ, पहले दिया था, अभी भी देता हूँ, क्या पे दिया था, ये वाला.
Alright, one last thing before we proceed further, just a small request and a reminder. We have created a Telegram group and sharing that link in the group, sharing in the comment section. Kindly join that group so that you will receive the PPTs, whatever the PPTs we have discussed, whatever questions we have discussed, you will receive the PPT of that lecture in your Telegram group. Kindly join that group. Thank you.